on time. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bryce Snyder, and my project is about learning through meaningful instruction. I love to learn, but not everyone else does. So this year, I chose to take a look at my own learning process to try to find the difference between mine and others' attitudes towards learning, and how the education system can be improved for the benefit of all learners. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I may remember. Involve me and I learn." This quote accurately represents my thought process towards learning and has guided my project since the very beginning. Since I set out to learn about learning, I began with myself. So over the summer, I reached out to BioCat, an enzyme production company near Louisa, to shadow in their labs and absorb as much information as I could. Here, I'd be able to closely observe my own process for learning new things to compare against later. My mentor for my professional learning experience was Miss Sharon Francis, who is the quality control lab manager at BioCat, and before that, she was one of the biochemists there. Ms. Francis helped me get around from place to place throughout the week and showed me many of the more complicated lab procedures within the quality control department. Like I mentioned, I completed my internship at BioCat during a week over the summer. I did quite a few things while I was here, but I mainly shadowed various people across all the different departments. And most interestingly to me were their quality control and research and development labs because of my project's informal focus on chemistry. I went into the experience hoping to see and learn everything I could and to get to know what the work environment was like there. And I definitely accomplished these goals. Everything they worked on there was at a level much higher than anything else I'd ever done before, so there's nothing to do but soak it all in. I realized and later confirmed through my research that I was able to learn much of what I did because my attitude supported it. I believed in the process and embraced the deep end I was thrown into. Somewhat separately from the rest of my project's topic, I learned a lot about professional work environments at BioCat. By talking to many of the different department heads, I developed a better idea about how companies like this function, especially when different departments step on the toes of each other. However, the most powerful lesson I learned was about how people at these companies transition between business and casual situations. At one particular lunchtime, I witnessed a conversation between many of the different scientists I'd been working with up until that point. And here they were acting totally different. They were being very casual, which is not something I had realized people of this caliber did. In this moment, Dr. Farmer, the lead research and development scientist, simply became Jim from upstairs. This casual light to an otherwise serious tone makes me much more excited to enter my own professional career in the future, albeit probably not in the field of chemistry. Entering into the research portion of my project, I saw that the field of education has a problem. Education isn't meaningful to a majority of learners. So I sought to answer 3 questions. What can meaningful learning do for learners? Why is meaningful learning worth pursuing? And how can meaningful learning be put into classrooms everywhere? I define meaningful learning as any piece of instruction that invokes anything a learner finds to be personally significant, such as their goals or identity. And I found that it helps students form deep personal connections with their learning, and it helps them understand the relevance of their learning. Teachers and administrators should put meaningful learning into their classrooms because it helps increase engagement among students and it makes their learning more versatile. They can do this, that is, implement meaningful learning in their classrooms, through the use of various teaching strategies, such as multimedia learning, hands-on learning, game-based learning, and other forms of personalized learning. My research experience served as a pivot point in my project, where I turned my attention away from my own learning and put it towards others, especially through my community service activity. My mentor for my community service activity was Miss Erin Horn, who co-teaches 8th grade physical science at Louisa County Middle School. I worked with her throughout the semester to teach to her classes a chemistry lesson full of demonstrations designed to improve her students' attitudes towards learning. My community service activity was in planning throughout the entire semester, culminating in a single event on December 12th. The students in Ms. Horn's classes have trouble staying engaged and doing well on tests, especially their SOL test in the spring, which has major implications for the future success of the student and the accreditation of the middle school. To fix this, I proposed an in-person review lesson consisting of chemistry demonstrations entirely based on the content from the curriculum they had already been taught. The lesson would hopefully ignite the students' passion for learning in their science classes and leave them with a lasting impression of many of the concepts to take into SOL testing in the spring. So with the help of Ms. Horn and my past chemistry teachers, Ms. Martinak and Ms. Woodward, I worked all semester to plan, test, develop, and prepare 6 demonstrations, ranging from crushing tin cans with science to setting metals on fire. Teaching was a very new experience for me, and it was very challenging, especially when things didn't go as planned. Regardless, the lesson was a success, and Ms. Horn and the students were all very impressed. The lesson was similarly rewarding for me as well, because it was immediately clear who in the class shared the same passion for learning as myself. Those students made me feel like I'd been spending my time working for the right people all along. Excuse me. The numbers similarly supported the success of the lesson. 80% of the students answered in survey questions that the demonstrations helped them understand the relevance of their learning up until that point, and another 80% answered that the lessons would help them understand the information long term. Although it's impossible to say for sure whether any improved retention was caused by the demonstrations, I'm confident in saying that every student was able to walk away from the experience with something, even if it wasn't facts or numbers. Within the scope of my project, I'm walking away with a newfound perspective about what the learning experience is like for different kinds of people. After stepping out of my own shoes, I now understand why some people embrace sick days with open arms while I usually fight to go in anyways. But on a more personal level, I learned how to make big, important decisions. Frequently throughout my project, I delayed setting final dates or making full lists because I didn't have the confidence to decide. But after practice, I can now make those decisions and do what I couldn't at the start. To all future BRVGS seniors, pick a topic, internship, research question, or community service activity that lets you be creative in whatever way that is. I didn't consider myself to be a very creative person before this, but I found myself spending my time creatively anyways. For me, that looks like playing with fire and experimenting with chemistry, but for you, it can look like anything. Embracing this from the very beginning will make your year go by on your own terms, not someone else's. Despite working with chemistry all semester, I don't want to pursue a career in it. I didn't like the feel of the laboratory environment at BioCat, but I still want to pursue a career in STEM. I plan to go to Virginia Tech in the fall to study mechanical engineering, and I have no doubt that BRVGS and this project have prepared me for what lies ahead there. I'd like to give a special thank you to Ms. King, Ms. Tammy Perkins from BioCat, and Ms. Horn for helping me with all that they did this year. Thank you. Now, are there any questions? Ms. Waddle?
What do you propose? And I love the idea of attitude and embracing education, making it meaningful and personally significant. What do you propose for the student who's in one of those mandatory classes that they're struggling to find personal significance for? For me, if you put me in a calculus class, I don't see how that I would struggle to find personal significance. So what do you suggest either to the student or the teacher?
Yeah, so I'd say it really comes down to trying to align the goals of the class and the student, and when they don't align, trying to bridge those two wherever it's possible. So that can come into the way the teacher speaks to the students. So say if you're in a calculus class doing writing assignments to understand the information, because a student who may be good at writing but not math can still derive significant benefits from that. And it really comes into play with the way the teacher teaches. So if they know they're more like agriculture oriented, let's say, they use examples and that sort of thing to kind of bridge that gap and say, okay, it doesn't seem to match up, but really in this way it does. And I think there are very few classes that doesn't work that are mandatory. Mr. Harris.
I noticed you mentioned
Yeah, so I'd worked with Miss Horn and even gone down to the middle school several times in the weeks preceding that. But my final setup day was set to be that Monday because I did it on Tuesday the 12th. But that Monday when I was supposed to bring all my lab equipment and set up the room so I could just walk in and go, that was a snow day. So I got snowed out, and then that day I had to go into the high school, get all my lab equipment, and then run down there and then set up while I was teaching. So it was just this mess on the table, and it was really hard because I was like, oh, where's my beaker, where's my like magnesium, whatever. So that snow day really threw a wrench in my whole plan. But after the first period, they had second period planning, so I really ironed out everything during then, and then the classes 3, 4, and 5, I think that's right, yeah, they went off without a hitch.
You mentioned that biocat
Hmm.
conflict with the disordering of the procedures
Yeah,
or personalities or
it was more of an issue of funding, really, because in the research and development lab, I found myself asking all these questions about what could this mean, how could you use this research, and why we should investigate that further, or at least thinking that to myself. But Dr. Farmer, the person I was shadowing at that time, he told me that you can dive into all these science topics and do science for the purpose of science, but that doesn't that's not monetary. So the funding comes from the business department. So if the business department doesn't think it's worthwhile, the science department can't really spread their wings, and they just have to do what they can sell because they're a company. So all the research and development was only put towards things that can make money. So if there was a question that scientists had posed, well, it can get shut down pretty fast if no one thinks it's viable in the future. Yes. It was interesting, especially looking at the students who they themselves were like bored or whatever, they weren't interested. It kind of gives me that perspective of when I'm in a chair at a desk. I mean, undivided attention because I know what it's like to be a teacher, kind of, that really isn't getting the same energy I'm giving out. So that whole like two-way street of that, I really learned. This game. Yeah, I'd definitely say like it's like kind of like Donkey Kong. Like you got to jump over the barrel sometimes. You can't run straight up. So I think really any situation is like that. Any class, any work environment, you're going to get that sort of thing where you just have to adapt, jump over the hurdles, and keep going up. Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Barnett? I absolutely do because it takes a lot of effort to set up, a lot of effort to take down, and the students only saw me for about 45 minutes. So there's a lot that goes into it, and I really know that now. Anyone else? Thank you.
Oh, all right. Oh, there you are.
this is going to be similar to something else. This is just for recording. So just stay focused here. Does that feel okay? That's good. Golly. Okay. And then down, when you're editing your slideshow, you go down to do the next one. Down is next. Okay. Does that make sense? And then this is back. The other way, right? Yeah. Down. This is if you want to point at anything. Okay. A little sunshine. Breathe. Your brain needs oxygen to function. If you can't think of what you're trying to say. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. How close? Okay. Okay. I'm being too loud or quiet. Just like give me a like a. Okay. Here's my mom's dress. I'm pointing this at the computer, right? Not at the screen. Okay. I'm ready. I need to go. Hello, my name is Alyssa Wood, and I chose to do my senior project on the impact of summer camps on youth development. I've been going to summer camp at Holiday Lake 4-H camp since I was 9 years old, and I've been going for the past 3 years as a teen counselor. I've seen firsthand the impact that summer camps can have on campers, myself, and the other teens around me. I believe that summer camps are more than a fun summer getaway, but rather a vital educational experience. For these reasons, I chose to serve my internship at Holiday Lake 4-H camp. I applied to a program called the Teen Apprenticeship Program, or TAP for short, which allows teen counselors to become mock staff members for up to 2 weeks in the summer. I wanted to do this internship to see more of how the staff side of camp functions and become more confident in my capabilities as a leader. I served my weeks June 12th through 16th and July 17th through 21st. Both of these weeks, my assigned duties remained fairly the same, which ranged from teaching classes, facilitating meal times, flag raising and lowering, and campfires, and then general supervision of campers. I found that there were many other unassigned duties, as the entire staff was trained and very good at jumping up and leading a song, an activity, or announcing something to a group of 200 to 300 campers at any given moment. There were many opportunities like these where I wanted to jump up and lead something, but I would start thinking about all of the ways that it could go wrong and try to plan out exactly what I was going to say and do. By the time I was ready to volunteer, someone else was already doing it. It became my goal throughout my internship to stop getting in my head about these things and just start going for it without a plan. I definitely improved in this aspect. For example, there was a fashion show for the campers, and they needed a staff member to be the MC. That's something I would normally lead to the other more experienced staff members, as I feel like I wouldn't be funny enough or I wouldn't know what to say. I ended up volunteering anyway, and while there were a few awkward moments where I didn't know what to say, it went great overall, and I'm happy that I volunteered for something like that. My code of quality is I've questioned everything about myself every step of the way. You have to have the same amount of fear and self-doubt as you do hope and blind optimism. This quote, said by my favorite singer, Taylor Swift, while it doesn't describe my project topic, it perfectly describes the mindset that I had throughout the entire experience, but particularly back in my internship. When I began my internship, I was constantly wondering if I was doing something the right way or if there was a better way I could be doing it. I'd rely on my mentor a lot, even for insignificant tasks, constantly asking her just to make sure I was doing it perfect. I started to realize that I was relying on her too much and probably bothering her with how many questions I asked, so I decided to start taking initiative more and trusting in my abilities. This did backfire on me at one point when I decided to take a box of tickets and I used them for an activity of my own. I later found out that that specific box of tickets represented money that the camp was owed, and I had messed up an entire system. While this was very embarrassing and I felt like it was a huge mistake, another staff member came over and talked to me about it and reminded me that everybody makes mistakes and I'm doing great. That conversation made me realize that I'm going to make mistakes no matter what, and that I shouldn't be held back from going for opportunities because I'm afraid of messing them up. And then, of course, a large part of my internship was making sure that the campers had an amazing week, and I definitely feel that I did that. I made so many bonds and connections with the campers, and I tried to be the best role model that I could be for them. I feel that I came out of the experience a more empathetic and compassionate person. On your left is my internship mentor, Naya Barrow. She's been a staff at Holiday Lake for the past 2 years and the TAP coordinator for 1. Her main role throughout my week was training me a little bit on Monday and then checking in with me throughout the week to answer any questions I had and just make sure I was doing good. On your right is my community service mentor, Jennifer Thompson. She's been the Louisa County Extension Agent and Camp Director for the past 17 years, and she handles all of the Louisa 4-H programming. Her main role in my community service was handling a lot of the behind-the-scenes work with 4-H. Because I did my project specifically through 4-H, there were extra rules and regulations I had to follow that she figured out for me. She also handled a lot of the parent communication and just checked over everything I was doing. When I began my research, I wanted to look at the social, emotional, and physical impacts of summer camps on campers. I found only positive data to support that claim, that summer camps really do make an impact that campers can't get at home or at schools. I later expanded my research to include teen counselors, as I found that because they're in a leadership role, they experience more long-term benefits that help them in their future academic and professional experiences. I also found that some hiring professionals value summer camp experience because it shows that those employees have developed skills like teamwork, leadership, time management, and perseverance. The final point of my research looked at the issues associated with summer camps. One major one is staff retention. Because summer camps are seasonal and low pay, it's hard to find staff who will come back year after year and build on their experiences. There are also a few inclusion and financial issues associated with summer camps, but those are always being improved upon. I decided to bring the benefits of summer camp into my own community and provide local 4-Hers with an opportunity to experience more 4-H camp, as they only get 1 week in the summer every year. I held a 4-H one-day of camp event at Walton Park on October 18th. The event ran for 7 hours, and it was open to returning 4-H campers, as well as new campers who wanted to see what camp was all about. The main events of the day were the classes. We had archery, theater, nature, low ropes, arts and crafts, and a few other 4-H classes. These were mostly led by my fellow 4-H teens, many of whom are in this room, while I floated from group to group and handled any issues. After pizza and some free time, I led a Camp Olympics where the campers competed in silly challenges against one another. I then held a campfire that resembled those that we do at 4-H camp, where we sang songs, watched the theater class do a performance, and roasted s'mores. All of the feedback from the camper surveys came out very positive, with them all saying they enjoyed the event and made them feel more comfortable going to real camp because of it, and some even said that they wished it was longer. My major challenge with my community service was that I was the overall director, and there was a lot about the behind-the-scenes work that I didn't anticipate. I had to secure all of the food donations, get the props for the activities, handle the advertising, and then make the general planning and schedules for the day. There were also those few executive decisions that, again, I'm just not used to making. We had an issue with one of our classes, and I went to talk to my adults about it, and they all turned and looked at me, and I realized I had to make those last-minute decisions. I also found that I went a little control freak, and I wish that I had delegated my tasks out to my teens better, as I think it would have made the day less stressful on me. But overall, it was very successful, and all of the proceeds from admissions went to camp scholarships to help less financially privileged youths go to 4-H camp. Personally, I feel very accomplished, and I'm super grateful to Governor School and my mentors for giving me the push and the assistance that I needed to put on an event like this, as I don't think I would have done it on my own, but I'm very happy that I did, and I think I could do it again in the future. The personal impact on me has been monumental. From the skills that I discussed in my research, like leadership, teamwork, and time management, I've definitely seen growing in myself. I've also discovered how to overcome my mistakes and start taking initiative more, which are things that I've struggled with for my entire life. Also, the bonds and connections that I made with campers are so important to me. I have this board over here that shows maybe half of the cards and crafts that campers have made for me, saying I was their favorite counselor or staff member, or thanking me for all the ways that I helped them in their week. This camper in the top picture swims at the 4-H pool and apparently tells the lifeguard there all about me and asks when I'm coming back to camp. It's things like that where you realize how much of an impact you have on other people. And this is the first time I felt like I've really made a difference, and I want to continue changing people's lives. As for the future applications, the skills that I mentioned again translate well into a workplace environment, particularly in a summer camp, which I've now decided that I definitely want to do. I've even talked to the hiring director at 4-H camp, and I've been told that I have almost a guaranteed position because of my internship experience. As for college, I'm not sure exactly where I want to go or what I want to do yet, but I've been accepted to many Virginia schools, and I hope to do something in the science or mathematics, but I will figure it out in college. What I do know for sure is that I will be a 4-H staff member. My advice to future Capstone students would be to do something you're truly passionate about. While that may sound like fairly obvious advice, when I began the project, I was looking for a topic that would fit the guidelines of the project the best, because I didn't feel like 4-H was something that I could do. After I talked to Ms. King and some other mentors, they helped me find ways to mold my passion for 4-H into my project, and it became so much easier. I found myself adding on all of these extra things that didn't matter for a grade, but I just wanted to make the experience better for myself and my community. If you truly love what you do and you trust the process, it will all work out. I wanted to give a thank you to Ms. King, Ms. Jenny, her assistant Bridget, all of the teens who helped with my community service, Naya Barrow, the other 4-H staff, Food Line and Pizza Hut for donating, and my mom, my other friends and family for supporting me throughout the entire experience. Thank you. Are there any questions? Ryan.
When do you plan on becoming a staff member?
Yeah, so not this summer, but next summer I will be a staff member. Like I said, I talked to the hiring director at 4-H, and because I'm 18, I was told that if I applied this summer, I would likely get the job and get to be a staff member. And while that was really tempting, I eventually decided that I should be a teen counselor for my last year. Because I'm a senior, it's the last year I can be a teen counselor. I could be a staff for however later I want after that. But there's certain traditions with being a teen that I still want to participate in. All the senior teens get to lead a campfire. We do a candle lighting ceremony where all the senior teens get in a huddle, and there's all these little things. And then just getting to be personal and closer to the campers than the staff are. There's just certain things with being a teen I'm not ready to give up yet. Ms. Weddle.
So you talked about, I'm gonna go back to Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift says you had to have fear and humility as much as blind optimism. So I guess I have two questions. I would like to know what your blind optimism was when you went in. Like, what was your greatest hope?
Mm-hmm.
And I also hear you talking a lot about how rewarding it was for you to learn to take a risk, to volunteer before you knew you could do it. I'd like to know how both of those things, blind optimism and taking a risk, are going to translate into your college experience.
Okay. So yeah, there's a saying we have at 4-H. It's hope for the best, prepare for the worst. So yeah, like I said, in my entire experience, because I have a lot of fear whenever I go into something that I'm going to mess it up, like even like class presentations or something simple like that. I just start thinking about every way it could go wrong. And even if I am confident it will go right, I always worry that it won't. And so I found myself holding back from opportunities because I'm afraid that it won't work out. So little things where I'm like, oh, that looks really fun, or it would be beneficial to me. If I don't think that it's gonna work out, I just won't try at all because I'm afraid of messing it up. So I think that applies to so many things in college where I'm gonna have to take the risk to get the reward. So if I just hold myself back from opportunities and stay in my comfort zone, I'm not going to get any benefit out of it. Mr. Harris.
Yeah, and question, you talked about the role of summer camps. Spent multiple years at Boy Scout summer camps. I'm interested, what was for kids that can't afford to go to summer camp, what procedures place at 4-H? And also, how much, money did it cost to throw on the event?
So, okay, so for campers who are not as financially privileged, specifically at 4-H, there are a lot of programs that help to get them money. There's scholarships available for campers every year, and sometimes no campers apply for them because they just don't know it exists. And 4-H is significantly cheaper than many other camps that are in our area or around us. But yeah, the scholarships, and that's also what I wanted to contribute to with my community service, making more money available. And I know, I don't have a number, but I know there are plenty of kids who go to 4-H every year on scholarship. Can you remind me of the other question?
The event you put on at Walton Park, which looked pretty amazing. How much did that cost?
Oh, right. Yeah, so it didn't actually end up costing very much because I went to a lot of places asking for donations. Like I said, the big ones were Pizza Hut and Food Line. So Food Line was able to give me like a $20 gift card, and I used that for some supplies like napkins, plates, and stuff for like the food. But for the pizza, that was the big part I was worried about. And I talked to Domino's, and they couldn't give me anything. But then I went to Pizza Hut, and the manager there was the nicest person ever. She said I could have all of the pizzas that I needed. And I got really lucky in that aspect that she was willing to donate for all of that. So I think the event in total costed, without donations, probably $50. But then we raised $400 outside of that. Any other questions? Bryce.
So you mentioned that there are some issues. You didn't say any solutions. What are those?
Yeah, so with the inclusion and financial issues, I won't touch on those too much. Because those are issues with any recreational program for youth. And like I said, there are programs and mandates that try to make that better, but you can't fully eliminate it. But the big one that I think not enough camps are focusing on is staff retention. I don't think they realize how important it is to campers to have similar staff every year. At 4-H, there tends to be a new set of staff, and campers build connections and they build trust with their staff members every year. So when they come back and it's staff they know, it's a more welcoming environment and they can already trust them. If there's new staff, they have to completely rebuild those relationships. So other than raising staff pay, one of the ways they found to increase staff retention is inclusion. So when staff come on and they feel like they're not part of the group or it's really cliquey, they're less likely to stay. So a staff that has training that makes them all work together and mesh and feel included, and then including newer staff in camp traditions and also giving them the same responsibilities as older staff, it makes them more likely to stay. There's also ways to get more devoted staff members in a way by tracking campers and teen counselors from that camp up into becoming staff members. And they do that through programs like CIT, Counselor in Training, or what I did, the Teen Apprenticeship Program. So campers and teens can see what it's like to be in that leadership role without having to commit yet. Ms. Richardson. Mm-hmm. Yes, I would love to talk about these. So I'll address the chomper thing first. So at Holiday Lake, all of the staff have a code name in a way. They don't want the campers to know their real names, and it's also more fun because they have nicknames on their personality. So there's names like Flick, Sparrow, Summit, Meadow. So mine was Chomper because I really like dinosaurs. So that's why these all say Chomper on them. And then yeah, this specific one, this camper was so important to me. She had panic attacks all week. Particularly when she was at the pool because it got really overcrowded. And I was there the first time she had one, and I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's the 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear. You go down the list of the senses, and that really helped to calm her down, and I would get her away from the group. And then anytime after that, when she had another panic attack, she would only ask for me. No other staff would help or would be able to help her. I got called down from my break in my cabin multiple times to come help with her panic attacks. And like it was rough, but I cared about that camper so much, and I'll remember her for the rest of my life. There are also some other really cute cards on here. Like this one, I don't know if you can read it, but it says, "I love you, comp comp," because I don't think they could spell my name or knew what it was, maybe. This one over here has a little paper ball because they asked what my favorite nature item was, and I said a rock. This turtle my campers made, and they all signed their names on. And then these down here are leather crafts. So the campers who take the leather crafts class, they get 1 or 2 pieces of leather that they get to make that week. And most make it for themselves or for a parent or a friend. But these specific campers felt that I made an impact on them that much in just 1 week that they decided to give me their leather craft. And that's really special to me. Any other questions? Thank you.
morning. As Ms. King mentioned, I'm Caitlin Winslet. I thank you all for being here, and I'm very excited to share my presentation, Adaptive Music, Music Therapy, and Neurodivergence with you. Having been a musician for so long, music has become quite a big part of my life. I believe that music is a therapy. It is a communication far more powerful than words, far more immediate, far more efficient, as said by Yehudi Menuhin. I've tried saying his name so many times. It never worked. He is a violinist and conductor, and having been a drum major, I was in a similar role as him, and I believe that music is a language. It is something that everyone deserves to experience, because sometimes words don't work, and music can take that time away. So I began my project, I was like, music, 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 music. So I worked with Tommy Doss and Doreen Kaiser of Louisa County Middle School, where I began my project with Mrs. Kaiser's special education class to teach adaptive music. Adaptive music is music that works for someone specific, whether it be a cognitive disability, physical disability, or something that puts them behind. I did this mostly through a lot of preparation. It started with lesson planning and conversations about how do we make this music work. It didn't start easy, as many of my beginning lessons did not turn out in any way the way that they were supposed to. I would walk in, I'd have everything ready, and the class wasn't engaged and they did not want to participate. This was something I worked with. I talked and asked Mrs. Kaiser, what do you do? How do I fix this? And I worked towards fixing it, and lessons after that were a lot more engaging and a lot more fun, with balls and rhythm and all of the things of music that I enjoy. But the thing was that I didn't fully understand why this music had to be adaptive, why this music meant so much. So looking into it, I began my research paper on music therapy and its benefits towards those who have those cognitive disabilities and such. Music therapy traditionally is used in practices for those with PTSD, dementia, and other similar ailments in order to increase memory and cognitive function. So if it's people with cognitive disabilities, should they not be able to have this cognitive function help as well? Thinking about it, the special education aspect was very discriminated against. I'm sorry. And special education practices, though, are very common and are very, I'm very sorry. They're very common and very, very common and are in almost all schools. They're very rarely properly funded and very rarely have everything that they need. And for me, this solution was adaptive music. Not only was it something I worked with personally, but there are adaptive music practices that help with development, expression, and cognitive ability that these students need help with. Continuing with this, I realized I had to give back to my community that has helped me for so long. In doing this, I worked with Micah Lee, Robert McBride of Lake Anna Jazz, and Calliope's, a local restaurant in Orchard, to put on Crescendo Jazz Night, which was something that became kind of like a child of mine. It started as a group of my peers coming together after school and practicing music. We didn't know what we were doing at first, and it didn't matter. We were playing together. And it continued further with a first performance of the Winter Lights concert for a fellow Gov School student of mine who was raising money for the Arts Center. And we were not prepared. We were not prepared at all for what to do. And I sat there thinking at the beginning of that concert, I don't know what I'm doing. This sucks. I don't want to do this. But I got through it, and I went and said, I can do this. Next week, I'm going to have an amazing event, and I'm going to share my music with everybody. And that's exactly what I did. I was able to incorporate the adaptive class that I worked with, and they helped perform with us with one song here. We played Little Drummer Boy, and it was something else to see the smiles on faces that it was inclusion beyond anything. For me, this was very impactful. Not only did it mean everything to make those bonds with those students and see those smiles, but I realized how much I helped everyone as well. Mrs. Kaiser herself told me how it really does mean a lot that this inclusion doesn't normally happen. These classes don't normally get people willing to help them, that want to help them. The ensemble, like I said, we had no idea what we were doing, and very few trusted me at the beginning. But they said that it was something that they felt very happy to be a part of, as my passion fueled their passion. As the event itself, 71 people attended, and we were able to raise 191 of direct donations to go to the LCHS band boosters in order to raise money. The money was raised for the instrument repairs that had been needed at the school. Because of this, I will be finding myself in a college, hopefully somewhere in Pennsylvania, and I will be majoring in neuroscience and minoring in music. The goal for this is to research music therapy, as it is something I believe should be more adaptive and accessible for all. I will hope to work with patients and make it something very personal. And if I were to do this all over again, which I really hope I don't have to, I would say that yes, it has to be something that you are passionate about, but you have to let that passion fuel you from the very beginning. Because I was very, very shaky at first when I started. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't take charge with the class, but as time went on, I was the leader of the class. I did all of it. I want to say thank you to everyone, specifically Emily, who did a lot of help, and those who probably helped me more than they should have. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes. Adaptive is anything making it anything that you change in order for it to work. So if say someone is very, very they don't talk, talking does not work for them. It's not something they are able to do. Adaptive music helps them understand, and it gives them a way to communicate through the music that they can say they understand the music, and they can play something aggressive if they're feeling angry, or something sad if they're feeling sad. Yes. Yes, so I had a very long meeting with Ms. Kaiser beforehand, before I stepped foot in that classroom, and we talked about every one of her students, and about who would be able to have a conversation with me, who would not be able to talk to me at all, who needs a little more help, and about because there's a difference between physical age and mental age, around where their mental age was, so that I wouldn't say something that they completely wouldn't understand. Emily? Okay, I can go, no, this way. I can go back to this picture, hopefully. So it's a little hard to see, but basically, the weeks leading up to the night, the crescendo jazz night, I went every Thursday to the middle school, and we had a rhythm exercise. And basically, it was I would clap a rhythm, they would clap it back. And through the little drummer boy, I sat there, squatted, and clapped with them. And they clapped along with me as a way to use body percussion. Yes. I think it was definitely confidence, which is something I gained a lot of, but it was like, can I do this? The second I realized that I could do it, everything was smooth sailing. You both had questions at one point.
Yeah, how did you, you said initially when you were going over there, how did you find, what was the, quote unquote trick to be able to engage?
It really depended, because sometimes it was a student who really needed eye contact, or it was sometimes a student who really needed, this is your drum, but it's also my drum, so we'll play together. And as long as there was something for them to focus on, they understood, and they were able to listen.
Yeah, my question was about that engagement too.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, and I just want you to tell me whether you think this is accurate, that familiarity with you probably, or lack of familiarity with you, was probably the reason you couldn't get them engaged to begin with. Like you are so new to them, and the subject is so new to them. And did you find that it was easier on both sides the more they knew you?
Most definitely. I will say though, before when I had those meetings with Mrs. Kaiser, I did 2 lessons where all I did was I sat in the back. So they saw who I was, they understood who I was, like I introduced myself, I talked to each one of them. And I think that's definitely what helped in the very beginning, but obviously relationships have to grow over time.
Do this, and then you went ahead and did it, and it was that's kind of like today, right? And I think that's a really hard thing to learn, and we all struggle with it. How would that impact you?
Obviously, I will be jumping over more cliffs and into more opportunities. But I think mostly it was a lot of soft skills that I learned, of like communication most specifically, because as music is a language, this was a language I shared specifically with these students. Any more questions? Yes? So I went every Thursday, as my schedule would allow. And basically from the time I left the week before to the time I went the next, it was thinking about how this is going to go. Because I not only had to think about how the students might be, like the lesson before fall break was very hectic because it's almost fall break. But as for me, like I had deadlines coming up and all of that, and I had to take both of those things into consideration. But for the most part, the lessons themselves were very basic, like rhythm activities, with like I clap, you clap, and the repeat after me kind of thing was what showed the most like what's the word, like most beneficial to them. There we go. Yeah. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Hello, my name is Ollie Hobbs, and my project focuses on coaching youth in swimming. The reason I chose this as my project topic is because I have been a swimmer for about 5 years, and I really enjoy the sport and would love to share that with younger swimmers. I also have been a junior coach for 4 summers with the Louisa Gators, and during the summer of 2022, I started working with some older and some more experienced swimmers and did not feel that I was well enough equipped to help them become more competitive. My internship was with the Louisa Gators swim team. The Louisa Gators work with swimmers ages 4 to 18. For my project, I worked with mostly swimmers ages 4 to 12, but was also able to get some experience observing and leading practices for the 13 to 18 age group. Um, a typical day for my internship, in a morning practice, I would arrive to the oldest age group first. Some days I would swim with them for my practice. And after that, I would take notes maybe on some drills that my coaches had us do that I felt would be beneficial for me to use with my swimmers. After that, I would get in with our youngest prep group, who were swimmers who could not swim a full length of the pool by themselves. So they needed physical assistance in the water. And then after that, we had our middle age group, which was about ages 8 to 12. And I would be outside of the water helping them with technique and giving them pointers while sometimes a other coach would lead the practice. My internship mentor was Rob Robertson. He has been coaching for about 7 years. He swam when he was in high school and then joined the Army after that. I decided to work with him for my internship because he coached for the Louisa high school swim team um, on the 2022-23 school year. And I noticed some of the techniques he used were not the most commonly known and were kind of creative that he made up. And I wanted to learn a bit more about how to creatively coach. For my community service, I accompanied the Moss Knuckles Elementary School on their trip to the Brooks YMCA for the program that the public schools are doing with their second grade classes to give them swim lessons during the school year. They would go for 1 day a week for 5 days for 5 weeks. And the swim lessons would be 45 minutes for the kids. I got to be able to both observe the YMCA swim instructors and assist them with their techniques in the water. My community service supervisor was Miss Virginia Fisher, who is the PE teacher at Moss Knuckles Elementary School. She would accompany the swim lesson kids to the pool, and she helped to split up the kids into groups based on their swimming abilities, based on parent surveys that they did before the swim lessons. The personal impact of my project is that I was able to put myself into a different role than I had previously been in. For my internship, I was able to explore a more adult coaching role rather than as a junior coach. I also got more experience in my internship with leading and planning the practices rather than just winging it when I got to the pool. And for my community service, I was able to explore a side of swim lessons that did not focus on the competitive swim team environment. Swim team and just learning how to swim can be slightly different in some of the techniques that we try to use and in how we teach the kids what the end goal of teaching the kids is. My research paper focused on how a holistic approach to coaching would help athletes gain the full benefits of sport participation. I broke this into 3 areas of coaching ability, athlete development, and then mentality of athletes. Coaching ability focused on how coaches would ensure that they are doing the best to help their athletes and would make themselves better with their sport and how the sport might have been changing. An example of this would be coaches who try to pay attention to their tone of voice to ensure that when they give feedback, the athlete is not taking it negatively. Athlete development focused on how coaches would use their sport to teach their athletes soft skills that they would be able to take into a later career or school environment. An example of this would be to lead a game that wasn't necessarily relevant to the sport but would help develop teamwork. An athlete mentality focused on environment conditions outside of the sport that could affect an athlete in the sport. A good example would be stress from parents. While that is not something a coach can necessarily control, they can discuss with the parent maybe the specific goals of the program and how supporting the athlete can be done without stressing them. The continuity of my project is that I will continue to be coaching with the Louisa Gators, and that the program with the Louisa County Public Schools and their swim lessons will be continuing for the next few years at least. My advice to future Governor School seniors is to really enjoy your topic and to pick a topic you are genuinely considering. You will be putting a lot of time into this project, and you definitely want to make that time worth it. Also, to be over prepared, because when you're working on your project, you might have something unexpected come. And if you are over prepared for everything else that you have to do, you are able to divert more resources to the unexpected environment. And then to ask for help as soon as you need it. Problems will not go away if you just let them be. So it is good to ask either Miss King or your mentor for help with your problem. My future plans are to coach with the Louisa Gator swim team. I also plan to attend a four-year university to study computer science. My top choices are James Madison University, Virginia Military Institute, and Ashland University. I want to give a thanks to my internship mentor, Rob Robertson, who always helped me and would give me feedback on maybe my lesson plans for the practice. And a thanks to Miss King, who helped with all of the problems and planning I had. Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Weddle?
So people always say if you really want to know a subject, teach it. So how has coaching younger students informed your own impressive career?
Teaching helps me to understand like the benefit behind some things that coaches might have you do. Like during practice, I mean, like, you guys need to do this, but like, I always hate it when my coach makes me do that. But then like, I'm able to understand the benefit of pushing yourself harder and that hard work and how challenges make you better, which in turn made me a better swimmer when I was able to push myself more. Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions here. How tough is it dealing with 13 and 18? And being the majority figure?
That is quite tough, especially as a friend of a lot of those kids. It was hard to kind of put myself in a coach role when I was previously in a teammate role. So I kind of have to say that. I'm like, okay, I'm your coach right now. I need you to do this and really make that line a line that is acknowledged.
My other question, going in the opposite direction,
Mhm.
You dealt with second graders. So what did you do? And I know that there had to be students that were scared. How did you convince them to get into it?
So at the Brooks, there was a zero depth area, which starts very shallow, and it's kind of like a beach, and it slowly gets steeper. So it's easy, it helps to just walk in with them so they can start where it's very shallow. And they can show them it doesn't, like, it only gets this deep over here. And you can walk in with them, like holding their hand or having them hold onto the wall. And like they slowly become less scared. It's a slow thing that takes a little bit of time. Yeah. Ms. Vito?
Now, as a student athlete in a governor school student, what advice do you have to younger governor school students who are worried about maybe finding that balance of being able to still do
Definitely use your time wisely and be productive in what time you have, because you won't have as much as other students. And like after practices or on your way to games, like do the homework on the bus, do it when you have that time, and definitely use it well. Like,
find it was an outlet for you taking a challenge?
yeah, it definitely was an outlet to be able to have that time where I can de-stress and just put that all away and do like my sport, what I know how to do. Okay, Ms. Wagner.
So, what could change one thing about
um, I would probably expand my project to also work with, like, I would maybe go observe other swim teams that I haven't worked with as much. So I would be able to get a more diverse look on some of the techniques that were used and maybe a different environment there too.
What has being a student athlete taught you that you can
Um, I guess that the challenges are definitely worth it. In the end, the you'll get the outcome you want. Maybe not the outcome you want. You'll get a beneficial outcome from putting in the hard work and the time and yeah. Yeah, a reward. Miss Kane? Yeah. I'm definitely more confident coaching the other swimmers. I guess if before my project I was probably at like a 4 out of 10, now I'd be about an 8 out of 10. Ooh. I guess being able to communicate with the athletes and letting them maybe lead an activity, which helps kids to become, I guess, more confident and more independent in their sport. It also lets them have more fun. Maybe they can do something silly and they'll enjoy it with their friends. And that way it's still, they're having a creative time while also working hard. Anna? My favorite part would be seeing how swimmers and athletes just become so much better or so much less scared after having time. Like if a kid at the beginning of the summer, they're like terrified to get in the water, but then by the end of the summer, they're swimming by themselves, they're winning their races. It is just very rewarding to see that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to stretch it out and get our hips out. Okay. I don't know what else to do. And they wouldn't even see it. That's why we have the right. Maybe if we shove this down a little bit more, that will make it stay up there. I think it'll do better. Are they? Or is it? Well, just the last one. She had to find it. I just
think, do I have,
the small ones.
they're in there?
Yeah. I can't get it to click. Oh. I just didn't know when the last time you changed it was.
That's the dev. Okay. And I just tried to point and edit that over there and it worked.
There is. Okay, perfect.
I might watch it. There's another one in my mailbox. There's a bunch sitting in my mailbox.
Let me get you mic'd up and then I'll put your presentation. So this is just for the recording, and I'm just gonna. You want a shirt or jacket? Which one would you prefer?
We can do shirt.
Because it'll kind of blend in more,
Yeah.
I think, too. And I like the pop-up.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is up by your mouth.
So
So
like
we can
this.
you'll be able to hear it. Like if you probably you won't hear yourself. So just kind of whatever's comfortable. I can do that too, or do you want to? Yes, sir. And then. Oh, thank you. So if you when you're editing your slideshow, you go down to go to the next slide. It's the same thing here. Down
Okay.
is next, and if you go back, push the other way.
Okay.
If you push the wrong direction, you push the other
It's
one.
okay.
It's not a big deal,
Yeah.
right? And then this is just the if you have a pointer, like kind of fun.
Mhm.
But the most important thing is to breathe, right? My brain can't function without oxygen.
Mhm.
Is that true?
Yeah.
It's true. So if you're trouble thinking, just take a deep breath. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Right? And then it will help you give you a second to think. And the thing is, know what you're going to say. Right? You're the expert. There's no right or wrong here. Are you proud of what you've done? Share your story, right?
Okay.
So if you're proud of it, share that journey. Just be who you are and don't worry about it. Does that make sense? Breathing is very important.
And I have to click it at the computer, right?
It's what it communicates with.
Mhm.
It should work. Let's put yours up and then we're gonna try.
Okay.
Because I saw that before too, and I was not happy.
Because when I was doing it with Miss King, she told me that I have to push it, like press it at the.
So let's just try. This is yours.
Yes.
I see your name up in the corner. So
Yes. And it's a link. So you're gonna have to click on the link to go to the slideshow. That's not the actual slideshow. That's a link to my actual slideshow. I worked with Miss Allen, and that's what she said to do. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. And then you just have to make it big. Except probably. I don't know.
okay.
There's a way to, how do we make this?
And then go
down the
go
I'm
down.
looking, I'm trying to get it.
No, not that far down.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because I thought that was your sponsor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now try. Just stand here and try it because this is what it's communicating.
Okay.
So is it working?
Mhm.
Okay.
It won't go here. It needs to be right about.
You'll be able to
right
tell
about here.
when it's loud.
Okay.
Like you can hear it.
You can hear it.
And so I've seen people go like this. If you want to find that spot that you're comfortable with, whatever that is.
Okay.
So, remember to breathe. Awesome.
Thank you.
And share your story.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Welcome back to our second set of presentations. At some point in time between presenters, we're going to allow you guys to ask. You had an excellent guys answered. I am pleased to introduce Ms. Emily Gillespie. She's very well.
Hello, everyone. As Ms. King said, my name is Emma Zalaski, and my project topic is leveling the playing field in professional sports. I would like to start off with a quote of quality from a famous soccer player, Mia Hamm. Somewhere behind the athlete you've become and the hours of practice and the coaches who have pushed you is a little girl who fell in love with the game and never looked back. Play for her. So I chose this quote because I believe that it directly relates to why I chose this topic. So I started playing golf when I was 8 years old, and it has become my whole life. That is what my world revolves around. So I wanted to choose a topic that I would find interesting. And I also wanted to know, as a female athlete, why there is disparity between female and male athletes. So for my research topic, I wanted to ask the question, even though we have legislature like Title IX and the Equal Pay Act, why female athletes are still not on the same playing field as male athletes. And so I focused on three main categories: media coverage, media content, and the pay disparity between the two. So this is a pie chart of the 2019 SportsCenter media coverage. And as you can see, female sports only received 5.7% of the media coverage. And all of the rest of it is male sports. And when they do receive media coverage, it tends to be highly sexualized. And this is just one example of when it can be sexualized. This is the regulations for beach volleyball in the Olympics. On the left is the male uniforms, and you can see it's a tank top and shorts. And on the right is what the females have to wear, and it's a bikini. These are the two best golfers in the 2022-2023 season for golf. On the left is Scottie Scheffler, and he made $21 million. And on the right is Allison Corpez, and she made $3 million. They won the same amount of tournaments. And so throughout my research, I found that equality in sports is not a linear line. It is, some are more equal than others, and some are really struggling. So for my mentors are Miss Candy Comer. For my internship, she's the head golf professional at Orchard Creek Golf Course. And for my community service, it is Mr. Matthew Birch. He is the assistant golf professional at Spring Creek Golf Course. For my internship, I shadowed Miss Comer at 2 of her golf clinics over the summer. And at the first one, it was younger kids that had never really played golf before. So what we were doing was just introducing them to the sport through games. And what I would do when I went to the internship is I would help set up all of the activities, and I would also actually help teach the activities. And for the second clinic, it was older kids. So they already had an understanding of what golf is. They already had skills, so we were just trying to get them to practice their skills. So what I did during this clinic was I mainly just helped set up the activities, and then Miss Comer was the one doing the actual teaching. So I was just shadowing her during this clinic. And then on the last day for both golf clinics, we would take the kids onto the golf course. And this was the kids' favorite day because they got to ride in a huge limo golf cart. They got to have ice pops at the end of the day. And they just got to be out on the golf course and have fun. And at the end of one of the clinics, Miss Comer told me that it doesn't matter why they're having fun. It's just the fact that they're having fun. Because if they're having fun, then they're going to want to play the sport again. So I took this piece of advice and I planned and hosted my own golf clinic at Spring Creek Golf Course. It was for girls in our community that are ages 7 to 12. And I started my community service with the goal of just wanting to teach them how to play golf. But as my project progressed, I really just wanted to make sure to give them a fun experience. So on the left is the flyer that I created for my community service. It went to Louisa County Parks and Rec, and they helped with getting it out to all of the elementary schools. They also posted it on their social media. And on the right is the certificate of completion that all the girls received at the end of the clinic. They also received a medal and a couple golf balls just to make sure that they felt accomplished and that they had something to remember the clinic by. So during the golf clinic, I wanted to teach, these were girls that had never really played golf before. So I just wanted to teach them the basics. So I taught them how to chip and putt through many different games like line putting. And it was just games that would get them to play with their friends, and they could also learn a new skill along the way. And at the end of the community service event, I surveyed all of the girls, and 90% of them said that they had fun at the golf clinic, and 80% said that they would want to play golf again. So before I get into my personal impacts, I would like to give a piece of advice to all the future BRVGS students, and it is do a part of your project over the summer, especially if you're a fall sport athlete like me, because you're going to have fall sports, your academics, college applications, and the project. And that can just really be a lot of work to do, and it can just get really stressful. So when I did mine over the summer, it just took a little bit off of my plate. And then my first personal impact was I learned how to communicate professionally, because especially for my community service, I had to communicate with Louisa County Parks and Rec, Louisa County Varsity Golf, and Spring Creek Golf Course. And it was just to make sure everything was running smoothly, everyone knew what they were doing. And especially for Louisa County Parks and Rec, that was my planning period. So I was communicating with them to make sure that my flyers were getting sent out, people were actually registering for my event. And there were some days where the communication it was not good. Mr. Smith wasn't really responding to me. I wouldn't respond to him sometimes because we were just running on two different schedules, so it just wasn't really lining up. And then the more personal impact that this project had on me was it made me fall in love with my sport again. Because going into this, I lost. It had become another responsibility in my life. And just seeing all of the little kids just have fun with their sport and just seeing all the smiles on their faces, it really just made me fall back in love with my sport and just realize the reason why I started playing golf. And it was because I had fun. And because of that, I will be going to UVA Wise in the fall semester because I have an opportunity to play on their Division II golf team. And I don't think I would have made that decision if it was not for this project, because my passion came back for my sport. I want to say thank you to Miss King, my mentors, Louisa County Parks and Rec, and other BRVGS staff for everything you've done for me through this project. Do you have any questions? Miss Richardson? So I did. So I never really had the side of the coaching aspect. Like, I was never the coach. So going into and hosting the clinic, it was really different because I had only ever gone to the clinics. I didn't really know how to run one. So it really helped. So from my internship, Miss Comer helped me with just kind of remembering a lot of the activities that I did, because I hadn't done golf clinics since I was like 8 when I started. So when I did my internship, I relearned the activities, and then my mentor, Mr. Birch, he helped me create other activities as well. Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. How unusual is it to have a female head golfer?
It's pretty unusual. Like the golf course that I belong to, we have 3 male pros. And that's what it's like for a lot of the surrounding golf courses. So, and Miss Comer, she's all the way in Waynesboro, and she's the closest one we have.
Did any of the kids get frustrated?
They definitely did. I did have one girl at the golf clinic that she was just not enjoying it. She didn't have fun. She just cried. And it wasn't that she didn't even try to be in the golf clinic. She was just really frustrated that she had to go. And then there were other kids. Most of the other kids were very open to trying a new thing. Miss Weddle?
It's kind of a chicken or the egg question, but you talked about leveling the playing field as far as coverage, content, and compensation. Do you think that the key to leveling that is provide more coverage and that will increase compensation? Or do you think that if the prizes for women's golf were higher, the coverage would be higher?
So that was actually one of the things that I was researching in my paper. And like I said, it's not equal for everyone. Like soccer is one of the sports that is more equal. They have, the females are getting paid more than the males. So, yeah, they are better. So, they do receive more media coverage. And I think it comes from society's perception of women and the journalists labeling women as being perceived as less newsworthy than male athletes. Ms. King? I do think that is an example because one of the things that I did research was sponsorships in female sports, and they are not receiving very many sponsorships. So that kind of adds to their compensation part. And so the fact that their sponsor was willing to have their name covered so the female athlete's name could be seen is a big step towards where we need to be. Yeah. Miss Wagner? So what I did for my clinic was we started with putting because it's the most simple swing that you can do. Like that's why a lot of people have gone mini golfing. And so you already have that kind of what you need to do. And then once they got the hang of that, we were able to go into chipping, which is a little bit bigger of a swing, and you're actually making a lot more contact with the ball. So then once they had the putting, they were able to move on to the chipping, and that's how I structured it. Ms. Weddle?
I have another question. Now I'm getting on my soapbox. Okay, so if we talk about, you were saying the perception of women as important or not important in sports, do you think that things like calling one team the Lions and the other team the Lady Lions has something to do with that?
I do think that you're putting it out there that these are our female athletes and that's our main team. Like the Lions are our main team and these are our Lady Lions. It's another team that we have, but it's not the main one. Any other questions? Kason? So I tried to be as prepared as I could for my community service. I had all of the golf clubs lined up for all the kids. I had all these papers printed out so they could sign them. I had my survey done. But then when I got to the clinic, I was asking girls if they were left-handed or right-handed. And I had 4 people that were left-handed, and I only had 2 left-handed clubs. So that was definitely a mistake on my part. It should have been a part of my registration. And I ended up having to give my own putter to one of the girls to practice with. So, yeah. Thank you.
I had to make sure I had the right one. This is just for the recording. Sorry if my hands are cold. Okay. I'll show you the down to the next one. And then back. Push the wrong one. Just push the. It's not big. Doesn't matter. And then that's if you want to point. All right. And this is what it communicates with. So if you're having trouble, just point it there. If you want to. What? Okay. You'll be able to tell where it works for you. Breathe. Just tell your story. Yes. Share it. It's your journey. It's not so cute. I think so. You can give them hope. guess, how did you figure out your research?
Oh, so with mine specifically, a lot of it is based on hands-on experience. What? I saw the issues with kids and nerves and sugar. I did not realize because it was not.
I was like, oh, good. Now I don't just have to be like, whoop.
They're gonna be doing this.
No.
Because you bend your research to fit your ideas.
Mm.
And so I'm pointing out Anna because she came to an epiphany that her research was much better. Writing super awesome paper, right, as opposed to the other trying to make things fit what you want to fit. So for government school students, I think a lot of the problem, and I get it from that control,
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking everyone for attending the 2024 Governor School presentations. My name is Anna Wilkinson, as Ms. King had stated. Before I explain to you my senior experience, I would like to start off with a poll. Please raise your hand if you agree with the following statement. How many of you, as a result of the quarantine imposed by COVID-19, felt feelings of loneliness or isolation from a lack of socialization with your peers? So what you or those around you may have experienced is something that pediatric cancer patients experience with quite some frequency because of their because of something that occurs that is called immunocompromisation, which is a lowered immune system because of cancer treatment. This isolation is something that results in a mental health impact, which is what I focused my senior capstone experience around. The reason behind why I chose to focus my senior capstone experience around this is because I am a now 10-year survivor of pediatric cancer. During the time that I was going through my own treatment, both myself and my parents were able to experience the strong impact and support of such resources that exist to provide support for pediatric cancer patients as well as their families. The quote that I decided to sort of centralize my whole experience around is from a mother of a pediatric cancer patient. This mother named Jackie states, "If our children are our future, then why are we not fighting harder to find a cure for them?" And I feel that this question from this mother is really impactful in sort of addressing the mental strain that people around those affected by pediatric cancer can face, and also the impact that the children and adolescents themselves experience as they go through this journey. Throughout my project, I sought to examine the sources that provide mental health support to this group. And one such source that I found does such a good job at this is Childhood Cancer Foundations, also known as CCFs. And for both my my internship and community service, I worked alongside 2 CCFs in Richmond. My internship mentor was Mrs. Jessica Harris, and she works for a program called ASK, Childhood Cancer Foundation, and she is their program events coordinator. And Mrs. Celia Martin works for another Childhood Cancer Foundation, and or known as Connors Heroes, and she is their executive director. Ooh, wrong way. So as I said before, I served my professional learning experience with ASK. I did my professional learning experience over the summer before my senior year, and I started by reaching out to Mrs. Harris and setting up a 2-week-long period during which I would end up job shadowing during the first week, and then being able to participate in an event for children with cancer in Richmond. And during my whole internship experience, I learned a lot about the importance of being prepared ahead of time for larger scale events, and the importance of organization and sort of larger scale events, also because throughout the course of the event, you will not have a lot of time to fix things along the way. So you want to be able to prepare as you can. This first week, I did a lot of work around the ASK office, and I learned about the foundations of the organization. ASK was founded as by parents of pediatric cancer patients in Richmond about 50 years ago. And these parents sought to create a universal system or unified system of support for both parents going through this experience and also for their children. ASK is a program that also provides sort of unifying events for children going through cancer. And so I was able to volunteer at one of these events during my second week of my internship. I worked with some teen counselors, as you can see there, and I was able to interact one-on-one with children who either have had cancer themselves, were currently going through treatment, or they also provide these opportunities to their siblings. So I was able to directly interact with some of these children during my second week. This idea of having these support systems for children led me on to research in the fall of my senior year, entering into my capstone class. I sought to further research the support systems that exist for these children, and upon researching further, I found the immense impact that art therapy has on children with cancer. In my thesis, I stated that art therapy is very important towards children with cancer because it provides relief from isolation. It improves their communication skills and will reduce anxiety and depression from occurring both during their time in the hospital and as they continue on after treatment as cancer survivors. In addition to this, in finding this, I also discovered an issue that art therapy faces, and that is the lack of statistical research that promotes its effectiveness. While there have been studies, there have not been vast amounts of statistics to say that art therapy is beneficial to this group in a great amount. So that was something that I determined needed to happen in the future. Using this idea of art and the impact that art therapy has on this group, I sought to create a community service project that incorporated art therapy and my personal love of art and giving back to the childhood cancer community. So I created a donation drive through using an Amazon wish list in which I collected specific art supplies to create what was then deemed some grab and go art kits that I was able to deliver back to my mentors and give to children currently undergoing treatment at the Children's Hospital of Richmond. I served my community service with the Connors Heroes Foundation because Connors Heroes provides opportunities for children with cancer in Richmond to participate in art sessions with local artists. And in previous volunteer experiences with Connors Heroes, I'd been able to notice that these children, some of these cancer patients were unable to attend these events because of their lowered immune systems. So I sought to find a way to bring the benefits of these art sessions to these children. In addition to creating these art kits, I was able to, near the end of my capstone class, go to the hematology oncology clinic at the Children's Hospital of Richmond and hand deliver some of my art kits to children who are currently undergoing treatment for their cancer. So I was able to spend a morning with my mentor, Mrs. Martin, and be able to actually complete an art project with one patient specifically, and was able to talk to her about, just my personal love of art and what sort of her experiences. To measure the impact of my project, I created a QR code that linked to a Google form that anyone who received one of my art kits would be able to fill out and provide a review on my projects. So I just recently received one of these, and the child that received my art kit claimed that she liked the art kit and its ideas, and also her favorite part of the art kit that she received was she enjoyed making her favorite characters using the clay in one of the kits. I was also able to be recognized as Connors Heroes Helping Hero of the Month, which is a recognition that that the program awards to people who give back to the Connors Heroes community in a significant way. So having this recognition was something that was sort of special to me. Yeah. In addition to the impact that I was able to see on my community. I also have taken away from this project that I have good skills, or I've grown in my skills in project management and effective communication with other people. And my leading into that, my advice for future students coming into this project is to be open in your communication and communicate frequently, and also to pick a topic that you have a passion for and are going to enjoy exploring, because you'll spend many hours on this project and just in the rudimentary stage, and even more time having to clean it up and make it shine. So you want to make those all of those hours worth your time. So from after I graduate this year, my goal is to continue on to a four-year college and pursue a degree in psychology. I'm still weighing my options in terms of which university I would like to attend, but that future is promising. I would like to thank the following people: my senior capstone advisor, Mrs. King, my project mentors, Mrs. Martin and Mrs. Harris, and my parents for all of the support that they've given me throughout this project. I'll now open the floor up to questions. Yes. No, you're So I was 7 years old when I was diagnosed, and the type of cancer that I was diagnosed with was a brain tumor. Yes. Okay. Yes. So a Zentangle is it's sort of like a collage that you draw based on, well, that's actually a picture of the Zentangle that I did as part of the instruction booklets that I created for my project. So it's using, like, I guess, the values of like dark and light to sort of create different patterns within a set sort of space. But I found that that was sort of like it has relaxing benefits to it. So that was part of the reason why I chose to use that as my. So the two projects that I created, one was a clay sculpture kit and the other one was the Zentangle kit. I chose these two projects because I wanted to be able to allow my projects to impact both a younger age group and a older age group. So the younger age group I created the clay project for, and that those kits could have been used with both younger kids and older kids. But the Zentangle kit, while I tried to make both of the projects relatively simple to do, and with the instructions I created, I tried to make it all very easy to complete. The I was trying to target two different age groups. Yes, Mrs. Buttle.
So I've heard people talk about art therapy before. I know that we use it with cancer students, Alzheimer's patients, people who have depression, people who are suffering from Parkinson's, people who are going through grief. Did you find any evidence in your research as to why this isn't more studied? Because it's clearly working.
Yeah. In my research, I didn't necessarily, or actually, I did. That was a lie. I did find why, and it's because traditionally, any sort of therapy that has more like scientific, like roots will be more used, and since art is not traditionally considered very scientific, it's not as well well-rounded and used. Yes, Mr. Harris.
You mentioned, and I have to admit you answered my question following up. I was interested, what made you convinced that art therapy works? But what's meant by this unified system?
So the unified system of support would just be having people that have gone through similar experiences, and I'm assuming that the 50 years ago there wasn't as much you know communication about, oh, my child is going through cancer treatment, or and the other thing was, I don't believe there was a specific floor, there wasn't a specific floor on the hospital for these children who were undergoing cancer treatment. They were mixed in with the general patients in the Children's Hospital of Richmond up until sort of recently, where they created a children's pavilion for childhood cancer patients specifically, and other pediatric illnesses.
What was your biggest
My biggest frustration was, it probably had to do with my community service project. And that was, I just faced a lot of sort of communication struggles with one of, or not with my service mentor, but just with people in general. And that is something that I feel that I'm strong with now, is effective communication, but at the time I was not very strong with being able to say what I wanted, or ask specifically for or ask for specifics with details. Tiger? Not specifically, especially with my research. It was sort of difficult to narrow down the focus, like specifically on like a brain cancer, or a like a whatever else, just because there was sort of a smaller amount of research to go along with the topic that I wanted to research. But I was just finding merit in all of the different types of cancer that could provide research for my topic. So do you mean like the internship, or the so for the internship, I know that we had kids attend that were probably like around the age of 5 all the way up to maybe 12 or 13. I know that had I attended one of the Ask camps myself, I probably would have, I would have to have been a few years younger than I am now. So I think they try to provide those services up until someone is either too old, or they would like to volunteer themselves. With my community service, the hematology oncology clinic, I know they serve patients that are probably as young as 2 or 3 and all the way up to 18. So, Clara. Mhm.
I was just happy to see that these children were benefiting from my service project. Um, my I was able to poll my mentors as well and getting feedback for my project, and they said that they saw a lot of merit in my project in general, and that they believe that the kids enjoyed doing the projects. Um, I was not able to specifically, like, one-on-one ask the kids about like what their opinion on, if they thought the art kits were good for their mental health, because of the nature of my kits, where like I didn't need to be in the room with them to be doing the art with them. So
This makes it go forward.
This is down. Down is next.
Down. That's perfect.
Just, yeah. That's probably what I'll do. I don't need the mic, right? I don't want the mic. It does. Cool. Yeah, I'll be all right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. Thank you for being here. Today, I'm going to focus more on mental health and awareness of mental health and the importance of that. So, this topic has a very special place in my heart because I have just throughout my life, I've always been the kind of person that people come to if they need advice or if they need just something. If something's going on, if there's a problem, I'm there for them, and it's always given me a sort of purpose. It's not all of my purpose, but it gives me a sense of purpose, and I care about the people in my life with my entire heart. And additionally, as this quote emphasizes, it is so beyond important to prioritize your mental health because it has an effect on all facets of your life, and a lot of people don't realize the impact it might have. And one of the ways that one may have more awareness or just push the idea of how important it is to pursue a career in mental health, which is what my internship mentor did, Miss Inderbitson. She is the LCHS crisis counselor at the high school. She's lovely. And she is also the head of Sources of Strength, which is a suicide prevention club that I am in. And I did a lot of work with it. I attended a Spark Walk, and there was also, let me just explain. So there was a Spark Walk and a different training for peers and just leading and being knowledgeable about mental health and how to kind of push the idea on everyone that it is important and how one may have to work through things and find coping mechanisms. With the Spark Walk, we had an activity where people walking by, I would ask them maybe what they prioritize in their life that makes them happy, which could include hobbies, it could include their friends, their family, that sort of thing, and then also something that they could work on. And in this picture, you can see there were stickers corresponding to different subjects, as you may say, and by the end, you could see just the display of everyone's different priorities in their lives and what they use to like cope with stressors in their lives. For my research, also just with my internship as well, I had a lot of hands-on work with my mentor, Miss Inderbitson, and she has a lot of resources for her students, but also just for parents that may explain certain mental struggles or just challenges that people encounter, and they also provide certain solutions. And in doing so, I helped basically sort all of her resources, and in doing so, it made it a lot easier for her to find those things and provide them to students. And in the process of doing that, I asked her questions throughout the couple weeks that I was helping her, and I learned a lot from the therapist's perspective. A lot of when I entered this, I wanted to get a better grasp on what pursuing the career would be like from the therapist's perspective. But overall, I got a better grasp on just what that would be like if I decided to do that for my future. In my research, everyone may or may not know there is a massive mental stigma on mental health, and it affects everyone, but especially certain stigmatized groups. I focused my paper on men and people of color, specifically. Men, there are lots of societal pressures that they internalize in which they feel uncomfortable, or they're just unable to express how they may feel, right? And it's very similar as well for people of color, in which they have that. And if society already does not prioritize certain groups, they're not going to prioritize something that's already stigmatized. People of color are villainized, dehumanized, and frequently face more socioeconomic pressures that prevent them from being able to prioritize their mental health. If people are unable to have a stable job or get healthy food for themselves, they will not be able to like let alone like that. Like they won't be able to prioritize something that's already generally not prioritized. Ooh. Hello. Okay. This is my mentor for my community service, Alex Weathersby. I decided to work with the Women's Shelter for Help in Emergency, and she is an administrative person for that. She visits schools, she visits lots of events to kind of spread the message of the shelter and also spread awareness for domestic violence. I initially, February 2023, I decided to work with the shelter. I initially thought it was going to be my internship, but it changed into my community service, in which at a Winter Songs event, it's a choir event that they hold every year for a fundraiser for the shelter. I attended it and decided right then and there that I wanted to do this for my project. I approached Alex and asked her, I explained the project and I asked her what would be most useful for them, because in working with them for my community service, I wanted to just make some sort of impact in just helping them, doing something that they need, not something that I need, but just something that will make a difference for the shelter. And in doing so, I also wanted to learn possibly just how to connect someone in a compromising situation with the shelter. I just wanted to feel more comfortable with doing that and knowing how to handle certain situations. So she told me that the most impactful thing that I could do in the time frame that I had was help table at events. And my first reaction was cringing, and I was very scared because that means that I was talking to lots of strangers, and public speaking is not my strong suit. But I decided to work through it, and I attended the African American Heritage Festival, a Pride Festival in Charlottesville, and the 150-year Louisa Festival. And in doing so, I spoke to hundreds of people about the shelter, answered any questions that they may have had, and I just further promoted the message of domestic violence is like it's very common, and it's not something that should be ignored. And in doing so, I connected lots of people with the shelter, just with activities and lots of handouts and things like that. And in October, I decided to take it a step further, and I wanted to host my own event at the Louisa County Public Library. There were a lot of struggles with setting it up and advertising it and getting recognition that it was happening, but we worked through it, and I ended up having a great group of peers come, and I just was very proud of everyone. The atmosphere that I created in that room, it was just so comforting, and everyone felt that they could say what they were feeling, and it was very overall beneficial for everyone. In that event, I had an activity where we had 3 signs. It was healthy, unhealthy, and abusive behaviors, and we all had sticky notes that had behaviors, and as a group, we determined what was healthy, unhealthy, and abusive, and then at the end, we went over all of them and maybe moved some around and discussed like the importance of the placements of the different behaviors. And what the main takeaway was intention means everything with boundaries and activities. Just in relationships and friendships, intention can make the difference between having control over someone and just genuinely wanting to help. And it's very easy to see something and think it's perfectly normal or fine when it's definitely not. And I feel everyone in that room gained a better understanding of that and felt more comfortable setting boundaries. I had a survey in which I asked the attendees if they learned something, if they felt more comfortable setting boundaries, and if they felt more comfortable possibly connecting someone with the shelter if need be. And 100% of the people who responded said yes to all 3 of those things, which means the entire world to me because that was just the main purpose of why I wanted to hold my own event, which comes to my personal impact, where it meant the entire world to me that I was able to. Everyone already has a good understanding of boundaries, right? Everyone has people in their lives where they're comfortable with them and they have certain boundaries set already, right? But I feel that the fact that I was able to add to this knowledge in all of the people in that room, it'll stick with them for the rest of their lives. And I think that's just so important to me. In addition, I was able to improve my public speaking skills. There's still some work, but I feel like it prepared me for a lot of things down the road that I will have to endure. And I additionally, through the shelter, had a short film made with my mentor, and we went over setting boundaries with actually another Blue Ridge student. She's from Fluvanna. Her name is Allison Maleficone, but it's so cool to me that we can make a difference in so many different ways. So, yeah. And my advice to rising seniors is to keep rolling with the punches. There will definitely be times where you may feel that it is going to just be a bad project, everything's ruined, or just like you won't know where to go. But there will be another reason that will keep you going, and you can ask Miss King for help, you can ask your friends for help, and they will be there to help you through it. And yeah, I for example, with my mental health, just deciding my topic for mental health, I had a lot of struggles finding an internship because of confidentiality issues, and there were lots of communicating issues with that as well. But eventually I found someone, and I feel that everyone will be able to work through it and find something that they are passionate about. And for my future plans, I was recently accepted into William and Mary, and I will go there for biology and eventually go to med school somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere. But thank you to my mentors. Thank you to my friends. You're my support system. You mean the entire world to me. And thank you to Miss King for working through our shenanigans, all of our things. But thank you. What are our questions? Hi, Mr. Harris.
What exactly is the sport? I've heard it, but what exactly is that?
So there is a foundation, the Connor Strong Foundation, where it's a suicide prevention foundation, and the Spark Walk is essentially to gather lots of people who either feel very strongly about the subject, just like wanting to spread awareness, that kind of thing, or it's a way to kind of promote the message of just mental awareness, mental health, and it's where a lot of different groups additionally gather to like possibly raise money or also just gain interest. Like there are so many like booths and tables there just for different organizations. So yeah, and it was additionally a walk where people walked. That was also an element of it. But what were your other questions?
Well, you covered a wide range.
Yeah.
Racial issues, women's shelter, and then the final thing was the co-partner.
Mm-hmm.
Is there issues with tackling women's issues?
Women's issues here? Yeah, for sure. Because a lot of people may dismiss it immediately in the way that, oh, if it's not a high priority to them, they'll just kind of dismiss it. Like there are other important things right now to focus on. And so they'll take the focus off of that and put it on something else, which all things should be focused on, but it shouldn't be drowned out by the other issues. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Cool. Hi, Hannah. So the short film, I didn't have a lot of time to go over it, but there is a video on the Shelter for Help in Emergency website. Essentially, me and the other Blue Ridge student made an entire script. We learned a lot about cinematography in Charlottesville. We recorded my mentor, Alex Weathersby, speaking about setting boundaries in general. She will play it to schools and many meetings in the future, like lots of it's going to last for a while, so I'm really excited about that. There was also a stop motion aspect to it that we had fun with. But yeah. Hey, Ollie. Rural versus urban. I'm not sure. That's a very good question. If in rural areas, there's generally a shortage in general of general practitioners in general health. So when you consider mental health, which is much more stigmatized and much harder to get to, it tends to just not be there because a lot of people don't prioritize their mental health, and so they won't put money towards it. Therefore, there wouldn't be a business for it nearby. Does that make sense? Cool. Hi, Latin. Mm-hmm. It definitely does, yes. Similar to Ollie's question, it's just a matter of where your priorities are, and where your priorities are, where your money goes, right? So in a place where many people likely don't care about it as much or aren't aware that they should care about it as much, they won't put their money towards it, and there won't be a business. So therefore, there isn't really a lot of space for a business. There are plenty of resources, though, like Miss Innard Betson, for example, but also there are lots of counselors in nearby places like Charlottesville and Richmond. Did you have a question, Miss Whittle?
I wondered if through your research you talked about how men have a problem expressing their mental health. How do we fix them? Did you find anything out there that can help?
So I actually did a lot of research specifically and then in the workplace, and one of the main issues is that they all have a similar mindset with that, in which if there is one guy who is more mentally aware and he expresses that, the other guys are like, that's weird. I don't like that. That's weird and weak or whatever. And I think just emphasizing to the next generation of men, and just in general, because it's ingrained in people's minds, but that it isn't weak and it is normal, and you're valid for having emotions, and there are ways to healthily express them, and if you don't, then it'll come up in many other ways in your life. Does that answer your question? Cool. What's up, Alyssa? I don't think so, but I was lucky enough in quarantine where I actually worked on myself. I realized a lot of things about myself because I had to be alone for a lot of it. So that is when I realized just how important it is to be aware of these things. Like I said, it's always been something for me though, but in this project, it's made me realize how much of a difference I can make in other people's lives with it though. Cool. Any other questions? That was so good.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
Otherwise.
Where's your good? Do you want to take my head?
No, I don't think so. Okay. I'm sweating. The good thing this jacket's on. No, it's gonna swallow me.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Slideshow, you go down to the next slide. Okay. That's how you. If you go back,
It's okay. Yeah. Okay. It's that then?
that's just a dog.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
right. It's okay to take a moment.
I'm gonna like Thank you, my mom.
We'll be in the newspaper.
Hi, my name is Hannah Ryan, and I chose to focus my Blue Ridge Senior project on the conservation of aquatic ecosystems. I've been really interested in the outdoors, and I've loved being outside from a really young age. And I wanted to incorporate that in my project by focusing on how we interact with the world around us and how we can do that more sustainably going forward. The quote that I chose that I feel really sums up my project is by Rob Stewart, a Canadian shark conservationist that recently passed. And his quote is that conservation is the preservation of life on Earth, and that, above all else, is worth fighting for. I feel like this quote really speaks to the reason I chose to do this project, because the life that we have here on Earth, it's finite. It's something that's not found anywhere else, and it's our responsibility as a generation to preserve it for everyone else to come, the generations to come. So for my project, I chose to serve my internship at the Virginia Aquarium and Marine Science Center in Virginia Beach. I went for a few days over the summer, and while I was there, I really intended to focus on the aquarium's two main initiatives of conservation and education. In terms of conservation, the aquarium does a lot with rewilding and rebreeding animals in captivity and introducing them to the wild. They specifically do this with a little breed of fish called a cichlid. They're small fish that they're actually breeding in captivity here in Virginia, and they're reintroducing them to Lake Victoria in Africa, where they're at risk of going extinct. I found this really fascinating because what we're doing here is actually contributing to the biodiversity across the globe, and it's helping to restore that lake to the species balance it was at before human interference. While I was there, I served my internship under Chris Brizzi. He works in both the fish and coral departments at the aquarium. And under him, I got to shadow and see everything that he does, especially behind the scenes at the aquarium, and the amount of work that goes in to keep everything up and running for the guests that visit each day. I learned about the back of house systems and the life systems that are used to keep all the habitats at the optimal temperature, pH, and just overall optimal conditions for these animals, seeing as they are kind of a highly controlled environment. So this picture is probably my favorite part of my internship. This is a picture of me moving actually a Pacific nettle jellyfish from its holding container to the staging area at the new building at the aquarium. For those of you who don't know, the aquarium is actually composed of two buildings, the north and the south. And the south building underwent renovations for a few years and recently opened in January. While I was there, it was still undergoing renovations, and I got to be a part of the team that moved jellyfish from the north to the south building. This exhibit is now open, and you can go see them now. If you get the chance, I would really, really recommend it. Super cool exhibit. The whole building is actually really fascinating, but this exhibit really ties into the aquarium's mission of education. They're going to use it for educating the public on jellyfish as a whole and how they're not all of them are harmful, because a lot of people who are visiting the aquarium live at the beach. They're interacting with these animals on a pretty frequent basis, and they need to know more about them and how to interact with them safely. They're going to have a moon jelly touch tank. They're going to have towers where you can change the lights of the jellyfish, and they're going to have life cycle exhibits so you can see how jellyfish grow and become mature adults. This kind of leads me into my research. I didn't have a direction for my research at first. I wasn't really sure where I wanted to go with this topic, but I knew that I wanted to do something about endangered species, specifically those in Virginia. As I started to do more research, I found that there were a disproportionate number of freshwater mussel species that were endangered compared to that of any other animal group here in Virginia. So I knew that I wanted my research paper to focus on that, and specifically why we had more endangered mussels. As I did research, I found that North America is actually a global hotspot for freshwater mussels. We have over 300 species of mussel here, and 65% of them are actually endangered. So as I continued to do research, I found that a lot of this was due to human interference and human development, especially along freshwater waterways, which is kind of a tongue twister, but the more roads and buildings and homes that we develop along the waterway, the more erosion we're introducing, the more sediment is being put into these rivers, the pH differences, the chemicals from pollution, all of these are affecting the mussels, which actually creates a feedback loop because mussels are considered the livers of our rivers. They do a lot for filtration and keeping the environment healthy for all the other animals that live there. And they can only filter to a certain threshold, after which it becomes dangerous to them and they experience mortality. So it's important to kind of prevent this, partially through riparian buffers in green areas, and also through just keeping places that are undisturbed, keeping those uninterfered with by human development. So my community service was probably my favorite part of my entire project. I got to just essentially hang out with my friends for a day. But I reached out to the man here on the left, Chris McCotter, and wanted to see what I could do locally. So we actually went to Lake Anna with him, and he sponsored us through use of kayaks and canoes to get out on the lake and clean up a lot of pollution. We had about 18 volunteers in total, between kids, adults, people of pretty much all ages came out to help. A lot of them were actually my Blue Ridge classmates that are here right now. We had a really great time, and in this picture, you can see a few of my volunteers. I'm actually in the shoreline cleaning up. Not all of the pollution was in the water. A lot of it was actually blown up along the shoreline or had gotten washed up. We found everything from couch cushions to buoys, beer bottles, Coke cans, everything like that was found. As well as in the water, things had gotten submerged and caught under rocks or trapped, and we pulled out, plastic chip bags, Gatorade bottles, plastic water bottles, pretty much anything you can think of that would get blown off a boat or a marina or washed off a road, we found it. And in the end, we actually removed over 500 pounds of trash from the area that we covered, which is about 2 pickup truck loads. You can even see we found a tire and managed to pull that out of the woods and get it onto the truck. No. But I'm really, really proud of this project just because of how everyone came together. And I mean, we had fun, but we also made a huge impact. And one of the most special parts of this to me was that a few of the adults who were there came up to me afterwards and told me about how this project had changed their perception of our generation of teenagers and how we are going out and making a difference and taking things seriously, and how that gave them a hope for the future. This brings me into the personal impact part of my project. This project definitely had a bigger impact on me than I had originally thought. My confidence grew a lot. I learned that if you reach out to people, they're gonna come and they're gonna meet you where you're at, especially if you're doing it for a worthy cause. This also kind of reassured me that my choice to go into environmental science in college is the right one. I loved doing this project. I looked forward to it every day. I felt really strongly about it, and I had such a great time in my community service and my internship, just being fully immersed in this field. Advice that I would give to future Blue Ridge students is, and I know everybody said it, but pick something that you're passionate about. We have been doing this for going on 9 months, and you definitely want to pick something that you're not going to get bored of, that you're going to be able to come in, study, and just really something that you also don't know everything there is to know about it. You want to be able to learn more over the course of your project, and picking something that you're interested in is going to make this whole experience so much more enjoyable. I would also tell you guys to start early, start in the summer. That's going to give you a direction for your project, whether it's your community service or your internship. By doing one of those in the summer, it's kind of going to guide you for the rest of your project, including your research paper, which don't worry about right now, I promise. Mine was not anywhere near what I thought it would be, and it still ended up being great, and I learned a lot. So Ms. King's going to help you with that. For my future plans, I do plan to attend a four-year university and major in environmental science. While I'm not sure which one this will be yet, I have been accepted to UVA and William & Mary and am waiting to hear back from a few others. I would also love to get my master's in conservation at some point down the road. I would like to say thank you to my parents for helping me with everything. Thank you to Ms. King for all the time and effort she put in. And then thank you to my Blue Ridge class. I wouldn't have wanted to do 4 years without any of you guys. Do you have any questions? Yes, Ms. Little.
First, feeling guilty because mussels is one of my favorite meals. So now I'm feeling like maybe that was a bad choice. What do you think? I'm shocked to hear that these are endangered species. We haven't grown up on an island where they were so prevalent. What's the most important next step as a country who wants to preserve that? What's our next?
Yeah. So making sure that we keep kind of the area along waterways free of development. Everybody wants to live on the river. Everybody wants to live on the water. And trying to make a concentrated effort to keep those areas, even if it's just 100 meters of grass, to kind of prevent pollutants from entering. Also, preserving the host fish species. For those of you who don't know, mussels reproduce in this really weird way where they kind of sense they either have a host fish species or they can go onto any fish. They sense that the fish is coming. They release this big cloud of like little babies, and then the babies latch on to the gills of the fish, and then they grow, drop off, and develop. So if we can keep those fish populations up, we're also going to increase the mussel populations. Yes. I did not look at Lake Anna just because a lot of mussels are actually found in like moving waterways, so rivers. Yeah. No, I'm not sure. That'd be interesting to study though, the difference in temperature. Yes. There's some, but there's not a lot of awareness around them in general just because they're not cute. They're not something that people want to put money or effort towards because, I mean, they're little shells essentially. But there should be more laws going forward, especially as more awareness of them becoming endangered and more research with that arises. There's actually not a whole lot of actual numbers and statistics out there just because it's hard to study and it's not an area that really is getting a lot of attention right now. Mr. Hayes.
I guess I'll follow up with the mussels as well. What's the impact of invasives on the muscle?
Yeah, so a lot of them are either going to be introducing, like we have fish that these mussels can't, like won't reproduce through, like these fish can't be used for their reproduction, and also just taking, obviously like resources are limited, right? So if these invasives come, specifically zebra mussels, I don't know if you guys have heard about them, but if these invasives come and they're taking up space and they're taking up nutrients, it's going to impact the native mussels.
What's the impact of increased water temperature?
It's actually harming them. It's reducing because there's less oxygen in the water, and that's going to affect the mussels.
More, you mentioned rewilding. What is rewilding?
So that's when you breed a species in captivity, or you have it in captivity for a period of time, and then you reintroduce it to either its original habitat or an area where there's a decreased number of that species. But it's just making sure that the animal is prepared to live in the wild and not be like hand fed or live under like very specific conditions.
Is that I'm assuming that's a difficult process.
It can be depending on the species. So like kind of level of intelligence. If you're reintroducing like a big cat per se to the wild, you're gonna have to make sure that it can hunt for itself. You're gonna have to make sure that it finds a group of other cats, things like that. Versus like you're reintroducing fish. How well can you really prepare fish to go into a lake? With my community service, I think the biggest struggle was getting people's like schedules free because we're all really busy, and then making sure that everyone knew what day it was and got there on the day and had their signed waivers and that we were good and legal and ready to go. Turns out that if you provide sandwiches, high school kids will show up. Yes. Yeah, I hope that either next year Governor's School Kid takes it up or I can find a way to continue to do it. And I know Mr. McCotter would be happy to help because he actually had a really good time with us. So.
Jacket. Okay. Does it cover on the bottom? Okay. Is it? It's on. Okay. So don't hit the table. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. Okay. And this is the way. Okay, the laser is the bottom. Okay. Should I not push that button? Okay, I'll try not to. Okay. I'm good. Yeah, that's it. Hopefully everything's right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna grab my water. Okay. I feel good. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will. I'm good. Lunchtime. So I promise I didn't copy Hannah. So, okay. Good morning. My name is Parker Harmon, and today I'll be presenting to you my BRVGS Senior Capstone Project on environmental conservation and invasive species control. I chose this topic due to my childhood interest in nature. I wanted to address the growing concerns of conservation and to prepare myself for my future in either environmental science or biology. My quote of quality has resonated with me throughout the entirety of this project. There will be obstacles, there will be doubters, there will be mistakes, but with hard work, there are no limits. This quote by Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps represents and embodies my mindset throughout this project. It represents my eagerness to push past boundaries and constantly improve no matter the circumstances. In order to best educate myself on my topic of interest, I chose Ms. Megan Sabat of the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program to be my mentor for my internship. Ms. Sabat is the Environmental Programs Coordinator at VCAP and played a crucial role in my understanding of conservation, education, and invasive species. Mrs. Anna Burkett was my community service mentor. Ms. Burkett is a LCHS biology teacher and was another key contributor in the success of my project. My internship took place at the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program, also known as VCAP. This program focuses on funding conservation projects around Virginia, specifically Charlottesville and the surrounding areas, and providing solutions and education to bring awareness to these issues. I chose VCAP because it would not only present me with certain conservation examples, but it would teach me about real-life homeowners that face environmental issues throughout Charlottesville. As part of my internship at VCAP, I participated in a total of 9 site visits over the course of 3 days. The purpose of these visits were to address the growing concerns of homeowners, including erosion, still water, runoff, and more, and to propose possible solutions to these issues. My experience at VCAP taught me the importance of conservation using methods such as riparian buffers, rain gardens, meadows, stormwater conveyance systems, and rain barrels to either decrease the effects of erosion, runoff, and still water, or to increase the biodiversity of ecosystems by either introducing native plants or decreasing invasive plants. Additionally, I learned the importance of education in bringing awareness to conservation. Education plays a crucial role in the understanding of conservation, so more individuals can learn about this topic and express their interest and implement these conservation techniques. Ms. Sabat also discussed how invasive species wreak havoc on native ecosystems by decreasing the amount of native plants and having other major effects. From my internship, I decided to focus my community service on implementing conservation methods around Louisa and educating students. Supervised by Ms. Anna Burkett and Mrs. Shannon King, I participated in the LCHS Biodiversity Project to achieve my community service goals. The first part of my project took place at a local farm with Ms. Burkett and several of her biology classes. As part of their curriculum, students had been learning about the importance of conservation. I helped students participate in the construction of a riparian buffer along a local waterway to prevent the effects of erosion and runoff on the local stream and other local waterways. Additionally, I helped teach students about the importance of water quality by demonstrating dissolved oxygen and turbidity tests. The second part of my project took place at Louisa County High School with Mrs. King and several of her ecology students. I helped the students collect grassleaf blazing star seeds for research at the Clifton Institute. Grassleaf blazing star is an indicator of a healthy remnant grassland, so the Clifton Institute uses these seeds to develop healthy native plant mixes for research and use by Virginia farmers. These native plant mixes can be used as cover crops to increase the biodiversity of these ecosystems and to create more resilient ecosystems. Both of my community service projects proved to propagate interest among students. The majority of students stated that they enjoyed these topics and activities and will participate in future activities that were similar. As mentioned previously, my internship revealed that invasive species present a major issue on natural environments. Therefore, I chose to investigate the effects of invasive plant species, specifically Chinese privet, Japanese stiltgrass, and invasive graminoids or invasive grasses, and how possible solutions can be used to decrease the effects of invasive species. My research revealed that invasive species have 3 major impacts on the environment. Invasive species alter succession, skew nutrient loads, and ultimately lead to a decline in native biodiversity. Invasive species alter succession by preventing the regeneration of trees and by increasing the intensity and frequency of fires. This can have major effects on the climax communities of ecosystems by preventing them from establishing themselves. This ultimately leads to a decline in ecosystem health because climax communities indicate healthy and stable ecosystems. Invasive species skew nutrient loads by both altering the timing and composition of litterfall, which means that invasive species can increase the amount of nitrogen or other nutrients in litterfall and also alter the time that this litterfall occurs, such as March through April or other different times. By both altering the succession and skewing nutrient loads and outcompeting native plants, invasive species ultimately lead to a decline in native biodiversity. This decline in native biodiversity can happen among plants, insects, pollinators, and many other species, including birds. For example, because Chinese privet often increases nutrient levels, this can cause eutrophication in local waterways. This can cause a decrease in the plants in the local waterways and other organisms that rely on oxygen and other nutrients. My research revealed 3 main solutions to these impacts. Mechanical removal, which includes the use of tools and machines to physically remove plants. Chemical removal, which includes the use of chemicals such as pesticides to kill invasive plants. And biological control, which includes the use of aggressive native plants to outcompete invasive species. I concluded that these 3 solutions must be used in unison to ensure that invasive species cannot reestablish themselves and continue to cause harm to native ecosystems. My personal impact. This project has taught me the importance of communication, research, organization, and presentation skills. I will be sure to use these in my future at college and past in my career. I advise future BRVGS students to embrace these skills that Ms. King, Ms. Carr, Ms. Richardson, and everyone else teaches you along the way. Additionally, I advise you to choose a topic that you love, something that either you want to learn or something that you already have a passion for. Stay determined, stay disciplined, and have fun along the way. In the future, I'll be attending the University of Virginia, where I'll be pursuing a major in either environmental science or biology. I hope to use the skills that I learned throughout this process to contribute to conservation and to continue to learn more about this topic. I want to help to protect the natural resources of everyone and future generations. I would like to give a big thanks to Ms. Jankitis Martinac, who helped me decide on my project topic. Mrs. King, where she went? Miss King, who was a great advisor throughout this process. I would like to give a thanks to my parents, who have always encouraged me throughout all my years in high school and before, and all of my hard-working BRVGS classmates that have constantly showed me support and pushed me to be better. Any questions? Ms. Weddle.
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
First, can you go back to the slide where you were talking about invasive species and
Yes.
I forgot that slide.
Yes.
Which is the invasive species?
So I don't know the exact invasive species in here. This was just, there's a lot in here. But I chose Japanese stiltgrass and Chinese privet as my main topics because they do present a major issue in local environments, you probably see them every day. They are a very big issue, and we tend to ignore them because they're so common. But they're very harmful to native plants, and they crowd out native plants and often alter the ecosystem composition, which can ultimately change how we view native ecosystems.
So that may very well answer the
Yeah.
second question I have. Like, if you were to drive through Louisa, you could eliminate one invasive species, which would be the one?
Well, kudzu is a very bad one. You can see that on the way to the high school. It tears down trees, it tears down power lines, it crowds out everything. But Japanese stiltgrass and Chinese privet also present major issues. They aren't as extensive. They do grow pretty high, but I think kudzu is really bad. It's a really viney plant that really tears down structures too. Miss Gang? Yeah. So I chose the three that I picked, specifically Chinese privet, Japanese stiltgrass, and invasive graminoids, which are pretty much just grasses. I chose them because not only were they prevalent in my continuous research and the process, but they are very local. Like Chinese privet, I talked to Miss Megan Sabat, my internship mentor. She said that was a very big problem. Japanese stiltgrass was the same. And like, I enjoy the outdoors. So like I go around and I see these invasive plants, and I decided I wanted to do something that was close to home and to help solve an issue that could help the Louisa community. Mr. Harris?
The Rippian shore erosion. What type of tree were you
Uh,
planting?
we,
The bank there of that.
there were.
Was that a creek or was that more of a?
It was a creek. It looked, as you could see. I can go back to it. It's very eroded. So not only would the trees, which included maples, I'm pretty sure oaks and birch too. There's a variety of them. They help to not only filter out nutrients and pesticides and stuff, but they help to hold in the erosion because the mud and the dirt are just sliding into the creek and also polluting it with particulate matter. So they help to hold the soil in and filter out pesticides and stuff and excess nutrients caused by cows, which there weren't any cows in the picture, but this is a cow field.
My second question is with the invasive greenery.
Mhm.
What does that do to like the native mammal population?
So my research didn't include much on that, but I did. My research did reveal that it impacts bees and pollinators because it decreases native plants. So the same for mammals. If they rely on native plants and the invasive outcompete them, then invasive mammals, native mammals, can see the effects by a lack of food, a lack of shelter, because birds face the problem of invasive species crowding their shelter areas and like ground nesting birds. So the main issue is with the native plants, but that can have a cascading effect on like every other mammal, every other bird, insect, whatever. Bon? So yeah, Miss Sabat talked to me about education a lot, and I didn't include that in my project mainly because my research and didn't include it. But education is very important. Miss J teaches environmental science here, and she plays a crucial role in the understanding of students, but also homeowners. Yes, VCAP helps homeowners learn about it, so they're more aware of what they're putting on their lawns, what they're dumping behind in their backyard. But then the government regulations and incentives can be used to prevent the effects of pesticides and herbicides and other stuff, fertilizer. Ms. King. Yes, I think Lowe's and other organizations and businesses do play a crucial role. It is their responsibility to educate homeowners too. So like if they're introducing a non-native plant, which may be pretty, which there's nothing wrong with a pretty flower, they may need to provide warnings that do not release this plant into the, nature. It can have really bad effects on native populations. And so, yeah, I find that the businesses must do that in order to create a better, safer environment. Mhm. So not off the top of my head, I can't remember a specific one. I'll try to get back to you. I'll give you an email or something. But there's a lot of them that we're unaware of that can do that. Trees help. I can't think of a specific one, but there's plenty of the ones that we can use to crowd out invasive species. And this step is mainly after the use of pesticides or mechanical removal, so we can ensure that once they're weakened, we can plant these so they can't reestablish themselves. Thank you.
Lunch is ready. So judges go first.
you all know that there are well and and my apologies, but before lunch shifts, that's just kind of the way that works. For those of you who are presenting this segment, what I would like you to do is just just stop and wait for the bell to finish. And then I'd like to start off.
Hello everyone, my name is Kason Delaney, and today I'll be presenting on the determinants of resilience in adolescence. A quote that was incredibly important to me throughout the duration of my project was one by Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius is considered to be the father of contemplative thought and of course the author of Meditations, which is a book documenting his time as a Roman emperor. In it, he writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." This quote's incredibly important to me as it shows that individuals have a level of autonomy over their mindsets, which is incredibly important for determining resilience. To help me dive into my project, I had two absolutely wonderful mentors. On the left is my community service mentor, Mrs. Laura Watkins, who is in attendance with us today. And then on the right is my professional learning experience mentor, Mrs. Megan Enderbitson, who is the Region 10 Crisis Counselor here at Louisa County High School. She is also in attendance. So to simplify my research as best as I could, I divided it into three components. The first component looked at how genetics has an impact on resilience. And what I found out is that many individuals are actually predisposed to certain genetic conditions such as anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia disorder, all of these which inhibit resilience. The second component I looked at was how phenotype and environment had an impact on resilience. And what I found through that is that individuals who were exposed to adverse childhood experiences, such as malnutrition, parental abuse, or peer victimization, were less likely to develop independent thought processing skills. These are skills that most individuals develop by the time they graduate the 8th grade. However, exposure to adverse childhood experiences can prolong the timeline it takes to develop these critical skills, and as a result, they are less likely to succeed in high school and in beginning jobs. The third component of my research was mainly a conglomeration of my first 2 points, and it looked at how phenotype and environment has an impact on gene expression. What I researched specifically was that peer victimization in early childhood actually causes individuals to develop depression and anxiety. These conditions are genetically determined as well. So what the research points to is that individuals may have the genetic codes for depression and anxiety, but these will not be enacted or activated, I should say, until they face some sort of adversity in their life. Essentially, individuals who have these genes may go their entire life without ever developing anxiety or depression, whereas other individuals maybe face peer victimization and have those traits enacted. Of course, all of these conditions do inhibit resilience. In this picture here, it's showing the methylation of histones. And essentially, histones are what your body produces in times of stress or anxiety. It's kind of like a hormonal response. And so prolonged hormonal responses to certain environmental triggers can actually cause change in DNA's transcription. So essentially what this picture is illustrating is epigenetics, a relatively new field of study that looks at how environment has an impact on gene expression, which is a large portion of my project. So to start off with and understand my topic in a local term, I was able to intern under Mrs. Megan Enderbitson, again, the Region 10 Crisis Counselor, along with Maddie DeMay. In this project, we did a lot of administrative work, such as organizing the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, also referred to as the DSM. I actually have the DSM with me today. I'd love to show it to the judges so you can see what it looks like. This is essentially a large, handbook that categorizes various mental disorders that individuals may experience. And this is not even a complete DSM, but you can see that it is very large. And as Mrs. Enderbitson uses the DSM to help students in times of crisis, she needs to be able to have it well organized and able to be used in times of crises. So you can see various categorizations of those mental disorders. Along with the administrative work that I helped Mrs. Enderbitson do, I also helped with Sources of Strength. This is a club that Mrs. Enderbitson is the advisor for. And within it, these pictures might seem familiar as Maddie DeMay also did these same projects with me. On the left is a picture of the sources of strength table at the Spark 5K walk and run. I was actually able to participate in the 5K myself, which was really, really fun. I got to make friends along the way while I was running. And then, of course, I got to network with several organizations and individuals within the community. And this was by far the most impactful part of my community service, of my professional learning experience, excuse me, because I was able to directly talk with individuals who had been impacted by suicide in some way, shape, or form. And many of them were parents who lost their children to suicide, and they applauded our work of Sources of Strength, noting that perhaps if this club had existed when their child was in high school, then there would have been more support for suicide prevention, so forth and so on. So that was very eye-opening for me, by far the most impactful part of my professional learning experience. On the right here is a picture of me stapling posters to the bulletin board. These are posters that Maddie DeMay and I designed. They have numbers to various hotlines and resources throughout the local community. Overall, it just serves as a resource for students who are walking past the hallway. This is also outside the guidance counseling office, which tends to be a well-trafficked area, which is very popular for students to walk by. So having this resource board was incredibly helpful. So through my experiences with the professional learning experience, as well as my discussion with Mrs. Angie Harris, who is the licensed clinical social worker at Central Virginia Health Services, I realized that there's a lack of wellness support in Louisa County, specifically for adolescents. So I wanted to be able to meet that need where they were, and that is at Louisa County High School. So Mrs. Watkins and I got together to design a wellness space in the LCHS library that we named the Zindan. And this space essentially was going to serve as an area for students to come to during class, for them to recuperate, rejuvenate before they head back to their classroom. So on the left there, you can see me working on the bulletin board. Again, that Marcus Aurelius quote is coming back into play. And then over here on the right is a picture of Miss Watkins opening up some of the furniture that we ordered. I love a good before and after picture. So this is a before picture of this area of the library. In case you haven't noticed, it is also to y'all's left. You are more than willing to look at it at any point throughout the day. And so this is a before space. You can see it's kind of plain. And then here is what it looks like after. Of course, it just is much more livelier. Mrs. Watkins and I relied on the interplay of texture. We have a shag carpet, a faux velvet chase, teddy bear furniture, rocking chairs. It just makes the space have a lot more dimension, look a lot more welcoming and cozy. Here's another before and after. And in this picture, you can also see various supplies that we relied on, such as the coloring books, the sand timers, the puzzle table. All of these items were thoroughly researched to make sure that they'd actually benefit students' health. We wanted the space to be as low stimulative as possible, and to do this, we wanted to make sure that the things that we were incorporating were actually helpful and beneficial, rather than things like fidget toys, which can actually be detrimental to individuals' focus. I would also say that throughout this project, the greatest impact for me was being able to leave a legacy at Louisa County High School. I think that's incredibly important, and I hope that generations of Louisa County High School students will be able to utilize this space for generations to come, and furthermore, that this idea of a Zindan can maybe spread to other areas throughout the county and throughout the state as well. For me, my personal impact came mainly from my research. One of the research articles that I read, looking at epigenetics, was talking about how certain fish who were exposed to plastic chemicals actually acted more erratic and more discombobulated than fish who had not been. And so researchers began to draw correlations from the fish to humans. They think, well, if it has this effect on fish, then it should have the same effect on humans. So for me, I've tried my best to ditch single-use plastics as best as I can for more sustainable options, as that's not only better for the environment, but as more recent research is pointing out, is better for your mental and physical health as well. Advice. My advice in relationship to the project is that as a community, we should work to uplift each other. I think that's really, really important. And it could just be as simple as texting a friend you haven't talked to in a while, reaching out to someone you haven't seen, just asking them how they're doing. That's really important for building community resilience. It could be more extreme. If you're the parent of a young child, getting them involved in extracurricular activity or sport of some sort is very important for building that peer network, that peer community that acts as a backbone for resilience. Also, my advice for the underclassmen is to enjoy the ride. There can be a lot of low points in governor's school, but those are all going to shape you into a more resilient individual who's going to be able to tackle your senior project head on. The journey from here, I plan on attending the University of Virginia this fall, and while I'm not interested in studying mental health sciences, I am interested in continuing my research on environmental impacts on gene expression. Acknowledgements. First and foremost, I have to thank God. All to him I owe. All my advisors over the past 4 years, my friends, my peers, Mr. Ryan, y'all have all shaped me into the person who I am today, and I'm incredibly thankful for all of you all. And that is all that I have to present. Thank you all for your time. I'd like to open the floor to any questions. Mrs. Weddle.
I'm interested in the last things you said about community being so important in terms of resilience. I think a lot from the remarking about as a group, as a BRP, you guys are very cohesive. Spend a good deal of time. Well, I mean, you're stuck together for 4 years, but helping each other out. How have been?
Definitely, that's a really good point. You know, I would say throughout the years in governor's school, it's a challenging class, it's challenging times, but we've had plenty of group assignments and we support each other along the way. And that's a big part of resilience is we're not going through this alone. We have people to uplift us, support us, and encourage us. And community resilience is imperative for individual resilience as well. So that definitely plays out in governor's school. Thank you for your question. Mr. Harris?
So, you talked about genetics. Which side did you come on? Nature or the nurture side of the art?
Both. It's definitely both. A lot of individuals are predisposed to certain conditions, as I mentioned. However, it's in a lot of times nature that actually exemplifies those traits and those characteristics, behaviors that are genetically determined. So I think epigenetics specifically is going to be the best explanation as to what the determinants of resilience are. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you find different responses to health or as
So I didn't specifically research males versus females. I would say one point that I did come across during my research was that teen girls who experience parental abuse are actually more likely to develop teen pregnancies. And so obviously that creates a generational cycle of lack of resilience, I should say. And I'd say that's probably the closest I can answer to your question. I don't have specific information for males or females. Thank you. Yes.
So DNA methylation has
Mhm.
that's already happened. What treatments or therapy?
So that's a really good question. I would say it's kind of a fine line. Individuals who face adverse experiences are more likely to develop those conditions that are genetically determined. So the best way we can prevent that is simply by trying to de-escalate any adverse experiences that that individual may face. It's not perfect, but at this point, there's really all you can do. You can, however, like obviously if an individual does have depression or anxiety, of course, the best course of action at that point would to be therapy, medications, but that's a lifelong battle. And so it's better to just minimize these adverse events as best as we can. Mrs. Weddle? Oh, I was thinking about that, Mr. Harris. You know, uh, I'm sure that might be really shocking for you to hear. Fidget toys, I shouldn't say they're necessarily bad for your mental health, but the objects that are included in the Zindan, such as the sand timers, the puzzles, the coloring books, those are activities that are more constructive to the mind, and they actually, in a way, distract you from what's going on in the real world, but actually are still exercising your brain in a certain way, shape, or form, and that's more beneficial to alleviating mental health concerns than other practices. Yeah, Mr. Harris.
Yeah. So where did you find
What helps us do with a high school student? Well, that's actually really interesting because there's a lack of information on what people can do to mitigate certain situations like stress and anxiety. A lot of my information actually came through peer trainings with Mrs. I through Region 10. That was really informative. We had people come in, kind of give us sort of like lectures and demonstrations that opened my mind a lot to what's beneficial, and as well as just simple, research online. That proved really beneficial to seeing what would help high school students the most. Parker? That's a really great question. Fortunately, the problems that I experienced throughout my community service and professional learning experience were far less significant than some of my peers had to go through. But I would say one of the largest problems for me or at the beginning of implementing the Zindan, was trying to make sure that individuals wouldn't abuse that space. We had people coming back here to skip class, to not do what they wanted to do. So I talked with the librarians, and we kind of set up some policies, some guidelines, including you can't have a backpack, you can't have phones. Really just want you to be in the space, be in that mindset, be in that zone. Also, Mrs. Watkins did leave during my community service project, but really Ms. Forbes was able to step in and help me through the rest of my project, which was very kind of her, and that was truly a very smooth transition. So no problems there. Emma? So Mrs. Watkins was actually the one that came to me about the Zindan. She went to a librarian conference, and individuals there presented on the idea of having a wellness space in the high school. So I was actually able to reach out to those same librarians, I believe they were York City schools, and see how they implemented the space, what materials they encourage having in the space. And they gave us basically this giant list of beneficial materials, things that they found useful to incorporate. And then we slowly ordered those things and began incorporating them into the library. Mrs. King? Yes, would y'all like to see the Zindan? Yes. Yeah, would you like to come see it? No, maybe you can donate one, Mr. Harris.
You can donate 20. All the fidget spinners, yes.
There's a velvet rope. There is a dead plant. We are waiting for it to come together. Yes, and timers. Yes, this is a cover so students can work on it, and then when they're done, cover it so it can stay in space. Yeah, this is a specific puzzle table that we use, and we have things like a sound machine. Turn on.
Is there a group of kids who regularly find this there?
Yes, definitely, and that's what I've learned from Mrs. Forbes and Mrs. Matthews as well, and they've all, with the questionnaire that I sent out to these students, some of the words they used to describe after they left the Zindan was they felt tranquil, they felt relaxed, they felt rejuvenated, and 100% of the people who filled out the form said they would return. So it goes to show that the space is successful, and hopefully will continue to be used in the future.
Do you think that not having your phone here?
Absolutely, yeah, and their backpacks too. They keep it out here, and they really just have to be in the space, so they're able to use the coloring books. They're able to read the books, and there's not a lot in here, but we did that strategically because we didn't want it to be overwhelming. Oh, the balloons! We also have the balloons. We are out of balloons at the moment, but yeah, it's a way to regulate breathing, which is again scientifically researched to help calm stress. And so, as you can see, it was a hit because there's no more balloons left in this little box, just a phone charger. So. Yeah, definitely very beneficial. Yes, it was. I know, right? It's definitely.
Harris is gonna have one of those sand things in his room.
Yes.
I'm gonna have one of these rocking chairs.
They're very comfortable. Feel free to sit at any point throughout the day. Yes. Yes, the drawers do slide out and that mat comes up, and there's
Oh, just
should be
lifts up.
pieces, and there's pieces on the other side, I believe.
Oh, it's so cool. I know. I
It's
want to buy
really
one.
nice. Yeah.
I would be
Yeah.
on the floor.
You
Yeah.
can put it
it's
on your
okay.
table and move it
Because we're all
off.
gonna go outside.
Exactly. Have an Amazon wish list.
I can't eat on it ever, you know. So that's a perfect idea.
Yeah, exactly. So
It's very cool.
just wanted the space to be low stimulating, just overall very beneficial to students' health, and we wanted to make sure everything incorporated was specifically for that reason. So
So aside from the kids like skipping out of class, which that's always gonna
it
happen.
always does, yes.
Have you found the kids to be respectful of the space? Have you
Yeah,
had to worry about
absolutely.
any type of vandalism?
The biggest issue we've had, as you can see, there's actually a battleship game in here. I did not put that in here, but students have used the space to like play games, and that's fine with me. You know, I think if that's what they believe in the moment is most impactful to maybe distract them, then you know why not play some battleship, I guess. Um, but no, really, students have been very respectful, and I come in here and you know there's things rearranged and moved around, but for me that just shows that they're using the space and getting good value out of it. So yes, they have been. Yeah, coloring books, and we put up that. Yeah, people are less likely to use that because it's a little bit bigger and harder to color, but people still do. They really enjoy that space as well. So, um, yes, yeah. I don't think it's the same one, but it's the same purpose. Yes, yeah. And then also, if you look, Mr. Harris, can you pull that bottom of the chase up? The bottom of the chase. There's actually a blanket in there, so if students want to take like a nap or anything, they also have that opportunity as well. Yeah, exactly. So.
You can fill out one of Miss Weddle's bingo cards. He's gonna move it. I think
Yes.
the natives are getting restless.
Yeah, I know. We go back. I'm sorry. Is there any more questions that y'all want me to answer? Caitlin. No, totally. So resilience for me is the fact that in times of trial, you're able to bounce back, right? And so for many individuals, they don't have that, don't have the opportunity to know what the best decision is to make or what they should do in those difficult times. But an individual who's resilient knows what's best for them. They prioritize those needs. Yes. Yeah, sure. So like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia disorder, a lot of times those aren't enacted by environmental pressures, like I mentioned here. Those are just things that individuals can inherit from their family, from their parents, and then exhibit those diseases. On the contrary, definitely parental abuse and things like that can cause insecurity. It can cause lack of self awareness, things like that. And so those things can contribute to it as well. So it can be different. It can also be two things playing together. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other question? Okay. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Thank you all very much. Of course. Yeah. If y'all want to, I'm always available. Thank you all so much. You.
I'm gonna put on your jacket because it'll blend in. You gonna drink? Would we just drink out of this? For you, for yourself.
As they can be pieces, but it's really not until you get into that room upstairs and you start kind of folding everything.
Everything you're learning right now will culminate and it all comes together and I've used a bunch of tactics like I've learned from cars class, surgery class, and even my online class. All of that. While at the time I was probably frustrated and very stressed at times, it all has paid off all of that work and making the team not as.
I just want to tell you all, for those people that don't know, this was my COVID group, so this was my 2 days a week in mass group. So
I never saw.
So two of you I never saw. So I just want to say, awesome job. I am so impressed because you most definitely had some cards stacked against you, and clearly you figured out how to overcome. And that's a testament to your own resilience. And there you go, John. Look, this is a proud parent moment.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan, and I would like to take you with me as we go back through my journey through this capstone project and outline everything that I was able to accomplish with the help of everybody involved. So, this quote here by Sir David Attenborough, I couldn't put it into better words myself. The beauty and significance of nature is something that you can't replicate, I can't replicate, that we should cherish and hold on to, but at the same time preserve for those that are going to come after us. And that's sort of where I found my calling. I've been interested in conservation for a couple years now, but the specific type of conservation, what I wanted to preserve for future generations, I hadn't quite decided yet. And just recently, I got into birding. I like birding. I like watching birds. I go bird watching all the time. And so when I was deciding what my project would be, I had to choose in what field of conservation I wanted to go into. I like birds, so why not? And that's where Henry Day comes in. This is my mentor for my internship. Henry is a graduate of JMU, and he does a lot of citizen science, from monitoring salamanders to working through master naturalist programs to what he helped me with, which was bluebird monitoring. So essentially, what Henry and I did is we went out to Fredericksburg, and they've got this what's called a bluebird box trail. It's spread across the city, and we would drive to each box and we would open it. Well, first we'd take out this big binder from this bucket and we'd look at the logs, because these trails are monitored by about 4 other people. They take like 1 week a month. One day, 1 week a month, someone will come out and they'll look at the logs. We all keep the same log book, and they'll see what was said, previous weeks, where the birds in the box should be, what type of birds they think it is. And then once we read their observations, we'll go through, open up the box, and write down our own. And of course, over time, this creates a database that can be referenced to, and you can see, what the bluebird populations are looking like. And actually, my experience with Henry was much more than just going through and looking at these boxes. Well, I did learn a lot about citizen science, much more than I've learned in my year or two of looking at birds in my backyard and Google searches, I found that the biggest thing that I took from this was just spending time with Henry. He has so much knowledge, and it's so concentrated that we would be walking through a field and he'd point out a bird's activity and tell me exactly what it's doing and why it's doing it. And if I saw that on my own, I just think it's a bird being a bird, and doing what they do. He could open up a box and tell me exactly what bird was in there by the eggs, by the shape of the nest, by the sticks that the bird used to make the nest. Information that I didn't even consider could be used to identify a bird. And so all this information and conversation that I had with Henry was really meaningful to me. And I also made a friend. After we were done with my job or doing all of this stuff, we'd run back to his house really quickly because he lived in Fredericksburg, grab a camera, and we'd go out birding together. We'd walk through a park, take pictures of cool stuff. The profile picture that I use on almost all of my Google accounts now is a picture of a fence lizard that I took with his very expensive camera. And of course, now I don't do a lot with him because of how busy school is, but I know that over the summer, we'll stay in contact, and I'll be going out and pursuing what I love with someone else who loves the same thing. And this whole experience is what motivated me to do my community service, which is to set up bluebird boxes here at the school. And I was like, it worked extremely well for them. Why couldn't it work for us? So I sat down and I talked with some of my friends, and I ended up deciding to take on this project with two of my closest friends that happen to be in this room. And these two young men, I couldn't begin to explain to you how grateful I am for all of their support and everything that we did. They took time out of their day. It was an async day, I believe, and they sat with me in my garage for, I think it ended up being 11 hours building bird boxes. And we forgot, we need these nails. We got to run over here and buy these nails. And we need this type of saw. We got to run over here and get this saw. And throughout this entire experience, it stayed lighthearted, and I wouldn't have been able to achieve this without them. And I'm beyond grateful for everything that they did for me. So after we built the bird boxes, I've got to figure out where we're going to put them. So I worked with Mr. Horn, who here at the high school manages the turf and track classes. I worked with him to pick out the best places and things of that nature. We pulled up a Google map, which you can see here, marked out locations that might work, and then he drove around campus with me so we could get a closer look at these places so that we could test Wi-Fi connection, which I'll get to in a little while, to make sure that the places that I chose were the best suit for the birds that I was aiming for. And then I went and put them up. And of course, I had help from Turf Kids. Mr. Horn had some of his students come and assist me in driving me around, and they helped me with digging the holes. We had to mix Quickcrete and pour that in there, put the poles in, let it harden. And this stretches from the far side of the high school to the far side of the middle school. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and a lot of it I know nothing about. I haven't touched concrete a day in my life. And so I was talking to the young man I was with. His name is Ty. And I go, hey, man, have you ever worked with concrete before? He goes, yeah, I did it yesterday. And I go, perfect. I know nothing about this. I need you to show me what I'm doing. And he did. And I'm very grateful for how willing people were to step up and help me throughout this project. And I think that the biggest thing that I gained through my community service was this sense of community and knowing that the people who I've grown up with, or even strangers that I haven't talked to, are willing to put down the things they want to do to come and assist me with things that I need to do. And I'm extremely grateful for that. Now, my mentor, Mrs. Kimberly Jenkaitis, she's a teacher here at the high school. She teaches chemistry and environmental science. She has been my backbone throughout this entire process. She was pushing me. Have you emailed them? Have you emailed this? She would text me and say, hey, you need to hop on this. And she helped me with writing a grant that I got to help pay for all of the supplies to make this happen. I would not be in the position that I am now without it. And of course, like I say that for everyone I've talked about, but with her especially, and the constant nudging and pushing to get me to stay on top of everything I need to get done, I'm extremely grateful. And of course, I got to give her thanks now, but everyone else I'll be giving personal thanks to at a later date. Now, my research. So, of course, growing up in the 21st century, you hear a lot about climate change. Climate change is, in the news every other day. And in wanting to work with wildlife, I knew that climate change would play a big part in their lives, but I wasn't sure how. And so that's what I wanted to research. How does climate change affect these birds and what are they going through? And of course, as a 3-point thesis goes, I found 3 ways that they're being affected by climate change. That would be in their ranges, both in their ranges, in their migration, and in how the environment is changing, like their food sources. So in terms of their ranges, a good example that I found happens in the Alps, where there are birds that'll live on a mountain, and as temperatures rise, they want to stay in their optimal temperature range. So they'll go up the mountain where it's cooler, so they can stay in that temperature range. Well, as we all know, mountains taper off the higher you go, meaning the higher you go, the less land that's available. If there's not enough space for the bird population, it has to decrease. So as temperatures are increasing, these birds are losing space, therefore declining in population. With migration, I found something very interesting. When we think about migration, we think, oh, birds are migrating sooner, which they are, or they're migrating later, which some are. But a factor or a situation that I found is that they're migrating faster. They start to migrate and realize that they're going to be late and they need to get there quickly. So they push themselves. They push harder. They don't stop as much. And they stop. And when they do stop, it's not always in safe places, which is causing a higher mortality rate. And so not only is the timing that they migrate important, but also how quickly they get to their destination. Now, with the environmental changes like in their food sources, when they get to these places, all of the trees in that area have already bloomed, bared fruit. There's no food for them. So when they start trying to raise their young, there's not enough food to feed them. And so they die. And what you find is if they migrate at their normal speed, they get there too late and they can't survive. Or if they try and push harder to get there faster, they die due to the stress along the way. And so it's very interesting that they're stuck with nowhere else to go and without steps being taken to fix climate change, which of course is talked about extensively in the news. This situation is only going to get worse. My personal impact. So when I first came into the high school, I didn't even want to do conservation. I wanted to do engineering. I took an engineering class through BRVGS, and I began to realize, like, while I like it, I don't love it. What I love is some of the stuff I was doing in Envirothon with environmental studies and conservation. And the only experience I'd had so far, of course, was the stuff I'd done in my backyard. But through this, I was able to get a hands-on experience as to what conservation looks like, what citizen science looks like, and whether that's something that I want for myself, which of course it is. I've had so much fun experiencing not only doing the work or the job that comes along with citizen science, but meeting people that are equally as passionate about it as I am and want to see me succeed in the same field as them. I think that the support that I've gotten through this project has been spectacular, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. Now, with my advice, I frankly don't think that I'm in any position to give advice, but I have a few suggestions if you'd like to hear it. My first suggestion, of course, everybody says to pick a topic that you're passionate about. I think it's equally as important that you pick a topic that you know nothing about. Because while I was passionate about conservation, I didn't know anything. And so every 15-page paper that I had to read, I was excited. Because I could read about a topic that I genuinely wanted to learn about. You know, every time I had to drive out to Fredericksburg, which from my house is a little over an hour, there and back to go spend a couple hours with Henry, I was excited for the opportunity to get out there and do that. Even when I'm out after school, digging holes in the ground and filling it with concrete, I was happy. I was excited and I loved what I was doing. And I think that in order to have that passion, of course, it needs to be something that you love, but it needs to be something where you have space to grow. My second suggestion, would be to take a chance, and that people are just people. As I've grown up, I've learned that there is absolutely no difference between you, your friends, your parents, your teachers. They're all just people. And as you grow up, you start to break down those kind of authoritative barriers. I'm not saying you lose respect, but you break down those barriers and you learn to talk and feel with those people as if they're people. And then it makes it extremely easy to go talk to a college graduate like they're your best friend. And you're able to form these types of connections that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. So I'd say take a chance, get out there, talk to people, and love what you're doing. Of course, when it comes to thank yous, I can't thank these people enough. Everyone that has helped me through this project, I couldn't say in my time allotted here how grateful I am, and I already have a plan to say thank you to each and every one of you individually. So if I have to give one thanks here, I would say thank you to the BRVGS program, because without the push or the requirement technically to have to do this project, I never would have touched it. I wouldn't have come close, because why would I, do that when I could go sit at home and, watch TV? But I'm so happy that I did, because the experience that this has given me, I think, will push me to continue stuff like this in college. And I think that it'll make a better person out of me in general. Thank you. I now open the floor to questions. Oh. The term what? I've not. My spark bird? I would have to say, there's two. One would be you. I remember we went out at the end of the year to, once all of our work was done, we went out and walked through the woods, and you have your big expensive camera and you could take these close detailed pictures of these birds. I thought that was amazing. In fact, that got me into photography, which I've started doing with the birds that I watch. And also, I've been able to, through the BRVGS program, I've been able to advance my photography through my fellow classmates. A lot of the pictures that showed up in all of our classmates' presentations, I was like, oh, I took that picture. I was there for that. I took those pictures, and it makes me really happy to be able to not only see my peers succeed, but to be a part of that success and in recording that success. My second spark bird, I'd say, would be Miss Kimberly Jane Kitis. Through Envirothon, everybody specializes in something. And, some people have trees and some people have frogs. And I wanted my own thing that I could be very passionate about. And, I decided, oh, I want birds. And Ms. J said, oh, you want birds? Well, here's this article, and here's this resource, and here's this bird book. And I've got 2 binoculars that have been sitting in my house for the past 17 years. Have them, use them, explore. And I was able to take those resources and really expand upon my initial interest in the topic. And I think that that's been quintessential to my success. Yes, I do. Yes, actually, I would, if everything goes well, the Louisa County High School Biodiversity Program will be taking on that responsibility once I'm gone, and we'll continue to monitor these boxes every year, and hopefully take logs very similar to how the Virginia Bluebird Society does, who I interned with. Yes. Okay. So why I had Wi-Fi was important is because while I didn't have the time to implement this for this presentation here, I do have wireless Wi-Fi cameras bought already through the grant. And we're going to use that we're going to put that in 2 of the boxes and hopefully be able to stream that to the biodiversity program's website, and people can view what's happening in these bird boxes from their homes. And I think that will help with inclusion. It'll help get people interested in the in conservation as a whole. So yes, I do have the cameras, and that is something that's ongoing. Caitlin. Oh, I would love to. It was the grant that I got was through the Louisa Educational Foundation. If I'm saying that right. Um, that grant, Miss J helped me a lot with writing that grant. It was very short notice that we decided that we were going to go about it, and again, like I don't think I would have gotten that grant without her. And it was for about I think it was $765 if I remember correctly, and a lot of that went towards the cameras because the cameras were very expensive. But again, that paid for the wood, that paid for the screws that were used to put, it paid for the netting, all of that. And the Virginia Bluebird Society has the blueprints for all of these boxes online that anyone can access, which is where I got those from. It just took a day and some good friends to sit down and put them all together. Parker. Yes. So while these are Bluebird boxes, it's not only Bluebirds that use them. And even though that's the case, we're more than happy for native birds to use them. And we're like, this is supposed to be habitat for native birds and not non-native birds. So when we find that a non-native bird has started using the nest, we'll just clear it out in hopes that a native bird will come in and take over. Now, those eggs specifically, I couldn't tell you, but I'm sure Henry could. And I'm sure he did on that day. The fact that we took them out of the box and held them means they were non-native because otherwise we wouldn't have touched them. So it was a native bird that we did clear out the nest. So we were able to get a good look at the eggs before we discarded them. Yes, I do plan on going into college, a 4-year college for biology and environmental science. I've been accepted to William and Mary and UVA so far, and it probably will end up being one of those two schools. But yes, this is a topic that I will be pursuing moving forward. Do you have a question, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I do. I have to admit, I have a Bluebird Bluebird Society runabout. And so, why did you choose that particular birdhouse?
I think the only reason that I chose it is because that's what they had when I did my internship. Yeah, that's what I was used to. I really like the function of. Actually I have one extra box in my car right now. I wish I brought it in to show you, but there is a picture that will work well enough. We'll do here. So the side of it, you can unscrew the side of the box, and that whole panel folds down so that you can get in there and get a good look, count eggs. You can identify how far along the chicks are based on how they're looking. It's just like this design makes it very easy to monitor the birds, which is what I liked about it. It also has guards on it to keep predators out, and the slits that are in the front here are for some chicks need that while they're developing to help them like climb in and out and things of that nature. So I just liked how inclusive and safe this birdhouse was, and again, it's what I was used to with my internship.
So, I'm assuming the the cage structures that does that keep the snakes out? So I noticed the narrow pole, which the tendency around trees, snakes will go up trees. Does that work to keep the snakes from going into the actual bird box?
Yes, that not only that, but there's another feature on the bird houses with the pole with a round cylinder that comes out and down them, and it shakes too, so that anything trying to climb on it will have a hard time getting over that. Yes, that does help to keep the predators out. Now, the bird houses that I have up right now don't have that tube on them because there were some complications with that, but I have those materials on me, and those will be going on very shortly.
Last but not least, bluebirds increasing, decreasing, or staying the same based on what you're studying?
Based on what I found, actually, bluebird populations are doing pretty well, which is why I think that it's okay that there are other native birds that take on like that use the homes or the houses for their own young, because the bluebird populations seem to be doing well. And that's great. I mean, that's the whole point of conservation, is that we keep them here. Yes, and actually, it's very funny because they came early this year, and you think that with all the research I did on birds migrating early, I would have been ready for them to come early. I wasn't, and it caught me a little by surprise. Yes. Oh, my favorite species of bird. I think that my number one right now is probably a whippoorwill. Um, you hear them a lot at night. Like if you heard the call, I'm sure you'd recognize it. I love their calls, and I'd love to be able to see one in person, but they are nocturnal and they camouflage very well. So it is a little difficult to get eyes on them. If I had to pick another outside of that, I really like, I think it's called a wood thrasher, wood thrush, wood brown thrasher. That's what it is. There it is. Those birds are very interesting. They're bigger than you'd think they are, and their calls are very cool. I was recently at OBX over the weekend, and there were quite a few down there, and I was really happy to like ride a bike through the neighborhood and get a good look at those. It's king. Yes, my professional interview. Um, actually, I ended up interviewing two people while I only like used one for the criteria of the project. The one that I ended up using, I got to interview tour guides from Peru. I got to get on a video call with them, and that was very interesting because like I can look at all the birds I want in Virginia, but hearing accounts from people that spend a lot of time in nature on another continent was intriguing. It was interesting, and I'm extremely glad. And I have to thank both Miss Richardson and Miss King for that opportunity because again, I never would have been able to without them. But hearing their accounts of what they're seeing in their local ecosystems was very cool, and I'm glad that I could share that. The other person I interviewed, forgive me because I forget their last name. Yes, Trotman. They work at Cornell. They're a researcher at Cornell University, and I had a very extensive phone call with them, essentially reinforcing everything that I had been researching on my own, while also giving me a few new ideas, like how with climate change, storms are worsening, and these storms are blowing birds like far inland where they're not able to survive, and it's hurting bird populations. And I actually saw a little bit of that while I was in OBX and a bad storm came through, and I saw how that affected some of the birds that were there. Um, and so it's very interesting being able to read about these things and talk to experts about these things and then see it in real life. This whole process has been very eye-opening to me in terms of what all happens in this field and some of the physical implications of the things that I read about. Any more questions? Oh. Thank you. I broke it. No. Oh no.
So who's going next, Miss King? Thomas is okay. Just making sure I'm the right one. So you ready? I'm gonna mic you up. Yes. So I'm just gonna put this on your jacket because it blends in. I don't want it to take over your tie.
Oh, it's fine. Okay.
That's how you remember it down. It's next.
All right, I'll just put my finger here.
Then you go the other way. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Because you just go the other way. A little.
No. Okay. I know I was doing that earlier. Yeah, I am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Thomas Eppard, and I've centered my senior experience around wildlife and fisheries conservation. So many men go fishing all of their lives without realizing that it is not fish thereafter. I feel as though this quote encapsulates my life, as I've just been going through the motions without having a specific goal. So I hope to use this project as a vessel to find what I enjoy in life for a passion and a future career. To the side of my project, I have varied interests ranging from disc golf to the gym, so it was a little challenging to find out what I wanted to do, but I searched for one of my hobbies, which was fishing with my dad. I always enjoyed going out on the water, as you can see in this picture here, fishing with him, enjoying the sun, enjoying nature, and catching fish. So I decided, why not try to conserve it? And in order to do that, I interned with the Thomas Jefferson Soil and Water Conservation District, otherwise known as TJSWCD, and Mr. Tim Talley. He is a Virginia Tech graduate with a bachelor's degree in crop and environmental soil science, and has worked with TJSWCD for 7 years, mainly organizing and facilitating agricultural projects throughout the local community for the betterment of the environment and for the betterment of these local farms. So it's this mutual understanding between the two so that everyone gets something good out of it. So on the first day of the internship, we visited an agricultural site. The plan here is seen here. These white lines are pipelines, and at the ends are troughs. Those are for the livestock. And then you've got these fencing, which are known as exclusionary fencing. So TJSWCD focuses on preventing cattle access to streams because they can cause some significant erosion, as well as introducing fecal matter to the waterways, which is not good for the overall water quality. So they implement these fencing to reduce that. So we went out there and measured these procedures and make sure that the contractors were doing their job, as you know, people sometimes mess up. So I was out there measuring these pipelines and making sure that they were to the right depth so that that information could be reported to TJSWCD supervisors. Here I can see me measuring a heat pipe as well. Those are for the troughs. And another part of this was there's a native burial site on this farm that was around, wrong way, that was around here. And we just wanted to tell the contractors to avoid that area at all costs, because you definitely do not want to interfere on a native burial site, because that's a lot of legal complications. So we definitely tried to avoid that. I'm on the wrong slide. All right, following that, we visited a dam in which I learned about the procedures that TJSWCD does to maintain it. Originally, I thought dams were just placed and then they didn't need any maintaining. But actually, they hire mowers that come out and mow and prevent any overgrowth, as trees can damage the effectiveness of the dam. So it was interesting to see all these parts of the puzzle and that everything goes into one. On the next day of the internship, I visited a completed agricultural project that recently had some changes to it regarding, they had just added a new fence, so you can see here. And we went out there and measured it so that we could invoice the people for that work. That's a big discussion point for this, the money. So a lot of the money comes from federal grants, so TJSWCD gives most of the money to the landowners, but some of the money does have to come out of their pockets, which in this case, it did come out of their pockets. But all of this work ties into my research paper, which focused on the mitigation of climate change and how, in the scope of the growing population and constant urbanization that we're experiencing, it's widely ineffective. We just cannot compete with these carbon emissions, and climate change and global warming is only going to continue. So adaptation is necessary. And adaptation consists of acknowledging that climate change is real and that global warming is a thing and it's irreversible. So we have to figure out how to adapt to it and not burn ourselves to death in these increasing temperatures. Some of that includes improving infrastructure like air conditioning units, as well as improving coastal infrastructure to prevent coastal flooding as with the sea level rise that we're experiencing. And TJSWCD, they are here to conserve the environment, and in order to test this, I reached out to the Department of Wildlife Resources to perform the first LCHS mark and recapture at the pond right out there. So that's Mr. Jonathan Harris. He's a fisheries biologist with the Department of Wildlife Resources, and he came out with his boat, and after a lot of slipping and sliding in the mud, we managed to get the boat in the water. Following that, they started shocking fish. So these probes are dipped into the water, creating an electrical current. The fish are attracted to the wires, stunned, and then brought out to the surface where they can be netted. Once they were netted, they were brought aboard and onto these little pools that we had set up. And of course, we had to take pictures. And so there's me and Doug Straley with a rather nice largemouth bass. That was the largest one in the pond. That was extremely exciting to catch. Well, catch, I say. It was netted out of the water, but it was still fun. So following this, we had to measure. So ecology students under Miss King's class and Miss Harris were performing this. So the fish were placed into these blue pools, and then the ecology students would take the fish and then bring them over to me, where I was telling them how to identify the fish and measure them. They would cite out the length to me, and then I would put that data in a form for later use. We were going to use mass. You can see the scale here, but the wind and the scale was kind of malfunctioning, so we just foregoed mass and just stuck with length. But we still got good measurements. Now, the mark and recapture part of this process, we brought fish out of the water, and after measuring them, we clipped the fin of them to mark them. With our fish over here that we got, and Miss King will show you the mark that we had. So I'm so sorry, Miss King. The mark and recapture process, we mark the fish and then release them back into the water, and then they're going to come, DWR is coming back hopefully on the 19th, in which they will be resampled. So we see the mark on there so that when we shock them again, if we see that fin again, we know that we've already sampled that fish, and using that, we can estimate the population size. So when shocking these fish, I know we got the live specimen. Did you kiss them? You'll see. But we're marking this fish so that when we take them out of the water again, if we're just pulling all the marked fish, we just know that's the population size. We got about 60 fish out of the water, so if we pull the same 60 fish that are marked, that's just the population. But if we're getting a lot of new fish that are unmarked, we know that the population is bigger than expected. There are some errors that can happen with the electrofishing. Jonathan Harris was explaining how this is a little cool weather for the fish. Generally, you do it in warmer weather, but due to time constraints, we had to do it yesterday. So, yes, we did this yesterday. So we were scrambling to put things together, but it all turned out. So the ecology students were fascinated by this. Students who had never interacted with fish before or shown any sort of interest were handling these fish like they were masters, and Miss King can kind of attest to that. But it was a really enjoyable experience, and all this information just provides a foundation for future improvement of the pond that we've got out there. It's placed right behind a bunch of school buses, and naturally all that runs down into the pond. So the water quality there isn't great, but we did see that fish there, so we know something's doing all right, as that is a pregnant largemouth bass, so he will be producing spawn shortly. We caught about 60 fish, mainly black crappie. That one right there is a black crappie, the largemouth bass, and then there were some bluegill as well, as you would see in most ponds. But this was an incredibly great experience, and I learned so much. I had to teach ecology students how to handle fish and identify them. So we're all kind of doing that teaching experience. So it was great to get that worked out, and just working with these ecology students and seeing their smiles handling fish, as it's always a good time. So this was phenomenal for me. I had some complications at the start. I originally wanted to intern with the Department of Wildlife Resources, but unfortunately there were policy changes, as she mentioned earlier, so I was unable to do that. So I was scrambling to find an internship, but I found one, and well, this happened yesterday, so that was a little stressful as well. But I worked through it, and I learned the importance of professional communication and just sticking with it. Naturally, there's some things that can go wrong, so you have to persevere, as she mentioned earlier, and I think I really that was the biggest impact on me. Advice, I would say talk to anybody. I mean, you can talk to your teachers, friends, family. Everybody knows connections, and that is the key to finding a project that is meaningful and will leave a legacy. I plan to go to UVA in the fall. I do not know what career I will focus on. I mean, you go there undecided, but I will work that out shortly. I enjoyed conservation. I'm not sure if that's something I want to pursue, but I do know that the skills that I've learned throughout this experience will be very useful in my future. So, are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Weddle.
How many times can you shop a fish before we are doing serious damage? Like, does it hurt them? Like, what is?
I mean, it's just like getting knocked out, but
Yeah, but how many times? Like, I.
well, I mean, you can. They're swimming around there.
Yeah, but I mean, is there a limit to it?
Well, we would not do this multiple times in a year.
No.
And then we will not do this every year. So it would be
Yeah.
at most every other.
I mean, there is a lot of stress that's involved, like with the clipping, but they don't feel the pain, and it doesn't damage their survival as it's just a small clipping. So,
After you net them, how long before they're swimming again? How long?
so they're put in a live well that was decently enough size for them, and then they were brought aboard using buckets, and then they were put into pools where they had, I mean, it's not a huge tank, but it's enough room for them to swim around. But
How long does it take them
to come back, I mean, it's usually a few minutes. It was hard to say. I mean, that bass right there was in a pool with a few other largemouth bass, and there's not that much room for it to swim around anyways. But it was recuperating slowly. But no,
No, it was. Well, I'm not. I just.
I know.
Like, how many times can you shop
Yeah.
this guy? They're so small.
I felt the same way, but I mean, at the end of the day, I was telling all the kids that like, this is for the fish's good. That we're doing this for them, not to hurt them.
I have a second question.
Okay.
What do you think that we could or should do to improve the health of that pond as the owners of land and the responsible for the watershed here?
This is something we were discussing with Mr. Jonathan Harris yesterday. Just stopping mowing down there. There's no need for it, as the extra growth can prevent that runoff from getting in the water. But we just have to mow it to make it look nice. But yeah, riparian buffers. But also, if we didn't have the school buses there, it would be better. But at the end of the day, there's limited space. So, but there are other methods like so. But this is just the foundation. So hopefully this will continue to assist with the LCHS Biodiversity Project.
A couple questions. You spoke of originally you said a native barrel site.
Yeah, it was. I wasn't exactly sure what it was. Mr. Tim Talley just said, just stay clear from here. But yeah, it was on farms. There's just random spots around the county that have been marked as to not interfere with, as they're protected. And this one was one of them. It was a burial site. I believe it was Native Americans. Yeah, and so there was. I mean, it wasn't rather large, but it was just on the farm there, and we just had to avoid it.
And then when you showed the dam, was that a beaver that turned on top of the drain pipe in the middle of the dam?
A beaver?
Yeah, that's in the background.
This?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the principal spillway. So that's the thing controlling the water that flows down here. So the water flows in here out into the creek, so that it doesn't overflow.
Wondering, with the age-like keep animals from shoving things down into the drain pipe?
On this? I'm not sure. That's how it's made. I'm sure that is a feature to prevent stuff from getting stuck in there. but it's also handling a lot of water, so it has to be pretty sturdy. I mean, there's a lot of water flowing through it, especially when the water level is high. So that naturally it's gonna be made out of a sturdy substance. Is that
Oh yeah, no, no.
okay? Parker. Okay, so last Friday, March 8th, I designed a presentation and gave it to Miss King and Miss Harris's 3 ecology classes. So I presented to them how to identify common species that they would be seeing because they're the ones doing the process. So I explained how to handle the fish as to not drop them or to not stick your hand in their gills because we're not trying to hurt the fish. So I was explaining that procedure as well as also how to measure them as you got to put the snout to the end and then the tail and then measure in centimeters. So I was explaining that and just gave a short presentation. Following that, I gave them a little demo of it. They had fish cutouts, these little laminated things, and they used that to practice measuring them and inputting the data into the form that we had set up. Ryan? For the fish. Did you say bees? Um, I mean, these fish seem pretty healthy. Some of them had some marks on the scales that were a little unusual, but the fish seem healthy. I mean, the pond isn't that large, but the size of the population, which we're going to be estimating on the March 19th, that'll really tell us if how healthy it is, because that pond could withstand more fish than this. But if this is all we've got, we know that there could be some. Yeah, but that seeing that large of a fish there is pretty good indicator of like they're doing all right. But he's 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 a jack of all trades, isn't he? Look at him. Hey, look at that. He's getting. Where's Ty? That's funny. Yeah. Uh, there is a lot of organization that goes into it. We sent a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls. Uh, Jonathan Harris is a field guy, so naturally he's not the type of guy to respond very quickly. So, we had to reach back and forth to figure that out. The boat getting in there, that was a problem. They had to winch the boat out. They had to winch the boat and the truck out over there because it was so muddy. But yeah, I took the fact that all this, there's a lot that goes into this stuff. Like this was about 3 hours of work, but there was so much more going into it. On Monday, we went out down there at 9 a.m. and set up those tents and pools to get those prepared for the fish. So there's some setup that goes into it. Yeah. I have not heard of that. I don't really watch the news all that much. Mr. Harris would probably be disappointed. Um, but yeah, that could be an issue of the rising sea levels and just they don't. There's some issues going in the waterways, so things are just not going right as they should be. But yeah, that's definitely an issue as whales are limited. So and you need them to keep the population of those smaller species down as well. So Yes. Yeah, like right here, this was calm. Later, there was like 4 fish laid out on here. People were trying to measure them at the same time, and like we have to clip them, because that's the whole point of this procedure is to mark them. And this kid we would measure them, and then he'd set out the number, and I'm like trying to frankly type it in the form, and then he was like walking away, and I'm like, wait, we gotta clip them, and it was, but that's the thing with the time, and stressed fish are not good, so we were trying to work through it. It was, well, so there were 60 fish, and it was 27% largemouth and 37% black crappie. So that's like 40. Yeah, the rest were bluegill. We did see a few other fish. There were we caught 2 golden shiners. Those were possibly used as live bait, and then people just released them, or the line snapped and they got off there. But and then there were, I think there were 2 white crappie, but there were about 6 species overall. The exact numbers, well, I'll get back to you guys after next week. Yeah. Those, yes. They'll be put back today. If I can get out of this, I'll be the one doing it.
Yeah, but after
We have one more.
one more, yes. Everybody's getting a picture.
I won't.
Alright, let me mic you up there. Again, you just tell me your story. Yeah, I know. It's like when you're editing your slideshow, the next slide's always down. Yes, down is next. All right. And then if you go back, is that way? If you go the wrong direction again, remember, doesn't matter. Okay. And that's to point at something. So okay. If you have a little laser pointer. Okay. And then, do you want the microphone? So no. It's going to be on right here. Okay. You need it. Cool. Yeah. 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 So many of them. Breathe. A moment. Take a deep breath. Share your story. Cool. All right. Yep. Down is next. Down is next. And I'll be right here. Yes. 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 Hi, my name is Emily Tift, and for my senior capstone project, I chose the topic of technical theater and live performance. I chose this topic because as a performer, I know a lot about the performance aspects of theater, but what I didn't know a lot about were the technical side of things, such as the light and the sound aspects that went into putting on a production. My senior capstone project really gave me an opportunity to explore this area that I was so curious about. And exploring this area would make me a more well-rounded performer myself, as I am broadening my knowledge of this field, which I am so passionate about.
So I began my internship over the summer at the Louisa Art Center working with their technical team. And here my goal was to learn more about the day-to-day lives of technicians as well as familiarize myself with the lighting and sound equipment. My first experience with this was observing a rehearsal in which I got to see the first-hand communication between the actors on stage and the lighting technician, discussing potential lighting options and running through light cues. And this was really cool to get to see. Also during this time, I was able to familiarize myself with the light board, which was a great opportunity. We would also move down to outdoor concerts at the Louisa Fairgrounds, and these were predominantly sound focused. Here I had the opportunity to set up different types of sound equipment, as well as observe band sound checks. And what I really took away from this experience was something called balance. What the band hears on stage with their different instruments and vocals is different from what the audience hears. It's the sound technician's job to communicate with the band to strike that proper balance of sound. And so because of this, the sound technician is essentially the representative for the audience, which was really cool to get to see, and I really enjoyed this particular experience. And here's an example of some of the sound equipment I had the opportunity to set up. Mic stands, mic channels, the mics themselves, amplifiers, preamplifiers. It was really cool. I felt incredibly helpful, I'm not gonna lie. And the last experience I had for my internship was I observed a youth summer technical camp called Camp Sight and Sound. And here they worked with another youth camp, a percussion camp. And it was really great getting to remove myself and see my mentors teach this, I would like to say, future generation of technicians, essentially what I was learning. And it was really great getting to see them convey that knowledge. And also during this time, I created some of my own light cues, which ended up being used in the performance, which is awesome. And so my mentors for this project were Ms. Marilyn Winch, she's right over there, and Alan Crummett. I previously knew Alan because he does a lot of sound at the High School for Art Productions, and Marilyn was actually an LCHS graduate. And these are some of the most warm, most accommodating people I know to any person coming in through the Art Center. They were so ready to answer any questions I had, as well as share their experiences with me, so I would get a better understanding of the day-to-day lives of technicians. I could not have been more grateful to have these people really guide me. It was so, so amazing to work with them. And my internship really directly influenced my research. Really operating in a nonprofit community theater, I began to ask the question, how can community theaters remain a sustainable source of art and community culture in a changing world of audience expectations and forms of entertainment? And I found that there were three main factors. The first being communication. It is important to have good in-house communication, out-of-house communication with surrounding theaters, as well as with audiences through advertising. The next is the proper utilization and adaptation of technologies. And this can really be through the different types of technologies you utilize during your performances to kind of meet those evolving audience expectations, as well as the evolving technologies you have. And the last thing is the proper treatment and training of technical professionals. You have to both maintain as well as expand that job pool so you have well-qualified technical professionals working on your productions. And I got to apply my research to my community service. Working in the theater, I noticed that there was a problem with their house lights. As you can see, only 4 out of the 9 house lights work in this theater. And this poses a real problem because the seating area is very dim. It is hard for audience members as well as performers to move about this area safely. And so it also just makes the space a lot less welcoming. My goal was to raise the funds to replace the house lighting in this theater. This would make it a more welcoming space as well as a safer space for my community as well as performers coming into it. And so where I started with my community service was I began reaching out to different lighting providing companies, and I ended up contacting a company called Stage Sound. And here they provided an estimate for about $60,000 to replace the house lights and also provided us with potential lighting options. And so I began working with my mentor to write grants to help obtain the funds. We put in a grant for the Perry Foundation asking for $30,000, and we got the full amount back, which was incredibly exciting. And so the next aspect of my community service was I made an appeal for donations at the Louisa Arts Center's annual fundraiser called the Silver Tie Gala. And this really pushed me out of my comfort zone because not only was it formal public speaking, but it was formal public speaking asking for money to a crowd of potential donors, telling them about my project. But this ended up being incredibly successful as I raised $4,100 from this event. I'm incredibly proud of it. It was a great learning experience. And then lastly, I organized, hosted, and planned my own fundraising event called the Winter Lights Concert. Here I had the LCHS Choir as well as Caitlin Winslet's Community Service Jazz Ensemble perform. And 100% of the ticket sales as well as concessions went towards the funding for the house lights. Madeline DeMay and Ryan Malcolm also worked with me on this event. I'm incredibly grateful to them. And this, again, really pushed me out of my comfort zone because it was organizing many different groups of people, communicating with those groups of people, running around the event, making sure everything was going smoothly. And it did, because I raised $1,500 from this event. I'm so proud of it. And so my mentor for my community service is Ms. Karen Welch, the executive director of the Arts Center. And she was such an amazing mentor. She really guided me through this professional environment. I had a lot of one-on-one meetings with her, as well as meetings with the Louisa Arts Center's board. And she was so ready to answer any questions I had. She was so accommodating. She was so passionate about art in her community and letting that show through the work that she put in with her community. I'm so lucky. And so in total, I raised over $35,000 for the replacement of the house lights. This entire experience really felt like a transition from just being a high school student to someone operating in the professional world. And I found that one of the hardest parts about my project, which was the planning and hosting of my own event, was actually my favorite. Because even though it was really stressful and there was a lot of moving parts and things that I didn't even think about would have to be done, the end result was so worth it. And honestly, it's something that I wouldn't be opposed to doing in the future. Where I'm going from here, in the fall, I will be attending the College of William and Mary for a degree in art history. And my work at the Art Center will continue with the house lights. In addition, I am in the process of forming a junior leadership board to help create and implement new ideas for the Art Center to draw in more youth audiences. In addition, over the summer, I will be co-directing their youth theater camp last few weeks in July. I'm so excited for that, and I can't wait because it's just more art in my community, and I could not be more excited. Future advice. Confidence is key. The way you hold yourself, the way you operate in this professional world is extremely important. This is your project. Take pride in it. Be passionate about it. It will open up a lot of new doors for you in terms of your communication with adults and just how you hold yourself in a room. I've come a long way in this sense, and I am proud of my progress, and it's really going to help you down the road. And so I would like to give a special thanks to Marilyn Wentz, Karen Welch, as well as Caitlin Winslet for helping me with my capstone project. I could not have done it without you guys. I am so grateful. And any questions? Ms. Waddle.
I have two questions. First, after you found out the cost of replacing the lights was $60,000, how long did you cry before you stood up and decided I'm gonna do this? Was that shocking to you?
It was shocking. I initially thought it would be a lot less, which is weird to say, but I'm naive, you know? Like, I didn't realize the amount of funds it would take. But in all honesty, it was kind of like I didn't really think about it. I just kind of locked down. This is what I need to get done. I didn't stress about it. It was just that was my goal.
And the junior leadership board.
Yes. So we're still currently in the process of forming that. We have our members set out. We have a meeting for the next few weeks. And I'm so much hoping that we can create new programs or events that really draw in essentially people my age, people in high school, because there's a lot of youth programs for kids. But what about everything past that? It's just, instead of like hanging out at the Sheets parking lot, going to the Arts Center and participating in an event there, I think that's incredibly important for art in the community. Yeah. So a lot of the problem is with the electricity, the electrical stuff, as well as the fixtures themselves. They're very, very old. And so essentially what we need to do is we need to be able to take those down. We need to purchase new house lighting fixtures, which individually is a lot of money, and there are 9 of them. And so on top of that, you have to install them. And that's a huge, huge cost, because good quality lighting equipment, especially for theaters, is very costly. And so it kind of required that amount of money to be able to. Yeah. Yes. Yes. We had brought the town electrician down here to help with that. I think the cost for that was added into the 60,000 was about 3,000. So, yes. Ooh, Hannah. Oh yeah, so for my internship, I mostly did that over the summer from June and then carried it through. I did 1 or 2 events in November, but they were a lot of events I'd pick up on weekends on specific days. It was really cool. And then for my community service, the grant process kind of was slow going throughout the months, but I did the Silver Tie Gala around October. My event was in December, and throughout that time, I was planning and organizing everything. Mr. Harris.
I've got a couple of questions. So would you call yourself a roadie now?
Maybe. Yeah.
How hard is it to communicate with being the sound tech person?
So that depends on the performer. Some performers have a really good understanding of what needs to happen in the booth, and others don't. Before this experience, I didn't really know the importance of communicating with the booth and the technicians there. But after this experience, I've realized that yes, they have an incredibly important job. They really, really, really add to the production, and some performers know that and some don't.
Did you ever get waved off by the performer? Like, I like the sound when I'm hearing up here. When you went, oh.
There's points, I've talked to my mentors about it, there's points where the performers don't communicate well, and so the technicians are left like, what do? We don't know what to do. And so that can cause some problems, definitely.
So, you know, is there anyone that's going to take up your score of getting the last 25,000?
So I will be continuing with the Art Center. So from here, we're probably going to implement more steps because there has been like a fund set up for it. And so it's just a matter of what steps are we taking next.
Did you think you ever raised 35,000?
No.
I'm blown away.
Thank you. My goodness, Kelsey. Yes, I do. In the process of getting a production ready, having that patience and understanding is incredibly important. And just having understanding in general, this is how this works, this is how this works, it makes the process a lot smoother, at least internally. It's a lot less stress. You don't really have to worry about as many things because you have a good understanding. Connor. So I'm not the most tech savvy person. A light board and a soundboard and technology. It's very hard for me to grasp sometimes. So that on the caliber that technicians operate with their light boards and their soundboards takes a while to master.
it's a very hard thing to do. So that was hard for me to really understand, just because I'm not a technology person. I didn't know how any of it worked. I had below understanding of what was going on. So yeah. Bailey. Yeah, so for my research, I actually read a paper about kind of how backstage kind of evolved from like the time of like, I don't know, Shakespearean sets where everything was wooden and all these different things and their different transitions on the stage, and how that kind of evolved to our modern day sets and our modern day backstage workings. It was really cool to kind of get to see that transition. Thank you.